All right, what's going on, guys? Thank you all for being here. If you're finding time away from your family, I know a lot of you guys probably still celebrate Thanksgiving. Hey, that's your decision. I respect that. For me, it's something that I don't do. As you could hear from the music I was just playing, uh, I am a Native American to this land, so yeah, it's something that I don't do. But that was dedicated to my ancestors who were done dirty, and also to those that survived. And yeah, that's what it's all about for me today, man. I like to remember what's going on and what happened in the past, and also like to give credit to people who still um, keep the traditions alive and stuff like that. So, I want to give a big salute to them, and that they never forgot the heritage, man. It's a beautiful thing. So, yeah, with that being said, I'm going to be here for quite some time. So, make sure that you guys hit the like button. If you're new to the channel, subscribe. Everybody that's here, Demetro, Jackson Bryant, round one, Carl Hunter, Stefan, all you guys, appreciate you all for being here. This is going to be open topic stuff on boxing. We might talk about. I want to talk a little bit about some pro wrestling a little bit later. Like I said, I'm gonna be here for like 3-4 hours, something like that, man. So we got a lot of time, man. A lot of time to talk about stuff. And also mostly boxing talk, pretty much. I don't want to venture into other sports because I don't even really watch other sports anymore. But it's all good, man. We'll see how it goes. I might put the link out there for some people that want to come on. I usually don't do that. Uh but today's a little bit different. We're gonna do things a little bit different today. And we'll go from there, man. But shout out to everyone who's here. And I'm sure as the night goes on, there'll be more people in the chat and that sort of thing. So appreciate you guys all for being here. But I want to talk about something here, man, today. Something that's on my mind as far as boxing goes. Now, you guys know my policy, man. Um I don't do the whole duck talk and shit like that when it comes to boxing and stuff like that. But look, Shakur Stevenson did a live the other day on his Instagram, and he was basically calling out a bunch of guys. I don't know if any of you guys seen his live the other day, but he was calling out a bunch of people, mainly William Cepeda, Pitbull Cruz. He's saying that these guys want to fight. I seen that Edwin De Los Santos tuned in and was like, hey, I'm ready to fight, and then he just kind of brushed it off like, you don't want to fight. You don't want to fight. Uh, which I don't understand. I mean, the guy pops up in the chat while you're live and then you say he doesn't want to fight. I don't know. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. But then he goes on the next day onto his Twitter account, and I seen that he said, I sent the contract out to William Cepeda, and then everybody's like this, they read the tweet, they're like this, which again, I don't understand because we know what that's about, man. Okay. Um, and that's the funny thing with some of these fight fans that I don't understand, man. A lot of them just they live in a dream world, man, where they pretend like they don't know how boxing is, especially in today's era, right? So I'm gonna read you something here from boxing scene today that I seen on Twitter, and it's an article featuring Dmitry Bivol, and it says here Bivol on Beterbiev fight, and he's quoted in this article by saying, "It depends on our promoters. Can't just say I want to fight this guy, right?" And of course, there's a bunch of people in the chat, a bunch of idiots talking about all this and that, But let's read the article. It's not a very long article, you know. But the problem is people get used to echo chambers, they get used to just hearing what they want, and they don't want to hear the truth at the end of the day. They just don't. So let's read some of this article. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but let's read some of it. Okay, Dmitry Bivol understands that fighting for the undisputed light heavyweight championship of the world takes more than just personal desire. Okay, you're absolutely right, Stephanie. Speaking the damn truth, and that's exactly what I put when I shared it on Twitter when I retweeted it. The WBA light heavyweight titleist from Russia has made it clear he wants to face countryman Artur Beterbiev for the WBC WBO IBF champion at 175 pounds. Bivol is coming off a pair of sterling wins, dominant points win over Gilberto Ramirez earlier this month, and a decision over Canelo Alvarez. You like how they did that? He dominated both guys, but they only put dominate over Zerto, right? Sprints on Crawford fans are the worst. Yep. It's bad, dude. It says Bivol has repeatedly said that he would much prefer to fight Beterbiev rather than engage Alvarez in a rematch for his next fight, despite the lucrative payday that would await him in a second stint with Canelo, which I can respect because you guys know I put a lot on Undisputed, Needless, Bivol indicated in a recent interview that he is cognizant of that making a better Beterbiev fight is no simple task. In order for the fight to happen, Bivol said he would have to need a green light from his promoter, Matchroom, the British outfit led by Eddie Hearn, and Beterbiev would likewise need similar approval from his backers. Right? Beterbiev is promoted by Top Rank, major rival to Matchroom. Early this year, Top Rank head Bob Arum insisted that he would not allow Beterbiev to cross the street to fight Bivol on the zone. Guys pretend like we don't hear this all the time, right? Bivol goes on to say, of course, it depends on my promoter, mine, and the guy who is my opponent. Bivol said on the DAZN boxing show, I can't just say I want to fight this guy. They can listen to me or they can talk about business, right? Bivol speaking some truth, man. And motherfuckers don't like it. But again, they want to stay in the echo chamber. They want to hear what they want to hear. And they want to run their mouth over nonsense, right? And it's just ridiculous, man. Bivol, who turns 32 in December, is aware of the dangerous opponent that is Beterbiev. And basically, that's pretty much it. He just talks about how good and how tough a fight it will be. And then the article pretty much ends. But I wanted to touch on that because you got guys like Shakur Stevenson who are out here making these call outs, right? On Twitter, on Instagram. And he's, again, basically, these are just nothing but social media call outs. That's all it is. It's just for these fans to get all riled up and talk shit on the internet. Now, look, if you want to say, well, at least it's getting the fans interested, right? How about we just put more pressure on the promoters, man? How about that? If you really want to make some difference, Shakur, you know? And here's another thing that okay, look, a couple years ago, actually, I think it was last year. Yeah, last year I was when I was on the HCP podcast. A lot of you guys know me from that podcast, right? Hold on, give me 1 second, guys. All right, I'm back. But most of you guys know I used to be on that podcast, and we did a lot of interviews when we were rolling. And one of my favorite interviews that I'd ever done on that podcast was an interview with matchmaker from Golden Boy, Roberto Diaz. That was a great interview that I did, and one of my personal favorites. Let's see, Steph says Crawford recently said he felt Spence did want the fight, and it was business that stopped it from happening. They know. They know what's up. And smart fans out there know what's up. You know? They know what's up. So I'm gonna get the I'm gonna get a clip here from that interview that we did and let you guys hear what Roberto had to say. Just give me a second. I'm getting there. Hold on. All right, I'm gonna plug in now. Let me know if you guys could hear. All right. So here we go. 5 and 40. But I want to ask you this. I just have a couple more questions and we'll hand it over to the chat. Now, here on YouTube and in social media, fans think that it's just the easiest thing. You guys can just snap your fingers and make a fight happen, no matter who it is. If one fighter goes on social media, says, I want to fight this guy, and I don't know, I'll fight this guy. Like, oh, that's exactly what Shakur Stevenson did. Did that the other day when he went on his Instagram, right? Goes on social media. I want this guy. I want this guy. I want this guy. I want this guy. And I'm not saying that he doesn't want to fight these guys. But again, he's making it seem like these guys are scared, right? And also, again, the reality is what you're going to hear right here, right? I want you to listen to listen to what someone who actually makes fucking fights says. Don't listen to these guys who have motivation to feed their fans a certain narrative, right? We see that often. We see the anti top ranked zone crowd, the anti PBC crowd. They're all the same. They all do the same bullshit, man. But listen to what he says. Oh, this guy's scared, blah, blah, blah. I want you to explain to the fans how difficult it is as a matchmaker to make fights when, like you said, when fighters aren't with the same promotional company. Explain to them, because I'm really I'm just getting sick and tired of hearing the duck talk. I don't believe fighters are scared to fight each other. I think other things get in the way.
You're absolutely right, and that's a great question. I love it because a lot of fans have it so misunderstood. We got to remember, number one, social media today is a big way to go out there and I'll fight him and I'll fight him, and a lot of talk, and it's just back and forth and this and that. And a lot of fighters do use it as a platform to maybe just get that, that the likes or known, because they're not so well known.
You see that? He says they're looking for the likes, the retweets, right?
Inside the ring, so they're trying to get it outside the ring. I agree with you. Fighters decide to fight and turn pro not looking to duck.
Whoo! That was a dagger right there. That was a dagger. Let's hear it again.
The ring. I agree with you. Fighters decide to fight and turn pro not looking to duck.
Yes.
They're looking to fight. And
these guys are crazy.
Eventually it's the team, management, trainers. There's sometimes I'll offer a fight and management says, yes, absolutely, I like the fight. They go to the trainer, no, I don't like that fight. No, that's a dangerous fight. So it gets killed there. Sometimes, and it's happened, manager likes it, trainer likes it, and guess what? It gets home and father, mother, or wife doesn't like it, or husband if it's a wife fighting. So there's so many little obstacles before the contract signed. And sometimes they're big. Very rare is it the fighter that's going to say, nah, you know what? That guy's too tall. That guy's too big. That guy's too big of a puncher.
He said, not only did he say, is it rare? He said it's very rare that it's the fighter who says that, right? And this is where my experience in knowing fighters, people that fought professionally, and I hate to sound like this elitist, right? But look, I spent a lot of time in gyms with these guys, trained with these guys. I've seen what they had to go through to make weight and stuff like that. These guys are not afraid to fight, man. They're not. So it really does, really does make me laugh when I see these fans saying these things, and then also content creators that go along with it. And it's because they know, maybe some of them believe, I don't know. Maybe some of these guys on these big giant channels, maybe they believe that fighters are scared. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Maybe if some of them come around today, we could ask them. But I've never thought that, man. These guys want to fight, man. They want the fight. Not only that, earlier in the interview, when he was asked about making fights, he says, look, it's obvious that in-house fights are so much easier to make, right? And look, a lot of things that Robert said in the interview, look, I didn't agree with. I didn't like, right? Like at the time that this interview was happening, Jojo Diaz just beat Javier Fortuna, probably about a week or so before this interview. There was rumblings of him possibly fighting Tank next. I don't know if you guys remember that, but I asked him about that. I said, look, is that realistic? He was like, no, it's not very realistic. Because we know again that he's probably going to want to do some sort of different weight or something like that. Then he went on to say, look, if I was to offer that fight to Tank, I would make it at 130. Strictly because he says he knows that it's probably hard for Tank to make 130, right? Now, people don't like that, right? I didn't like that. But at least he was honest. He came on and told us the truth. And dudes got pissed. A lot of guys that I was cool with, that you don't see around anymore, got angry at these answers. They got angry at me for asking those questions and for what he said, but you guys want the truth, or do you not want the truth? Which one is it? And right now, what Shakur Stevenson is doing is looking for the clicks, the likes, the retweets. That's what he's looking for. These fights aren't realistic, man. Now, I'll say this, right? Rick Glazer, he's a friend of the show, right? And he put out a tweet where he said something about how, look, Shakur, he's saying these things. He knows the fights aren't going to happen. Golden Boy is trying to build Zepeda, right? So I asked Rick the question. Now, he hasn't responded to me yet, but I asked him, I said, hey, look, Rick, I hear what you're saying, right? And I get it. But at the same time, let's say potentially, hypothetically, they make that fight happen with Shakur Stevenson. Shakur beats him. Does it really damage William Zepeda's rep or fan base that much? Because look, Zepeda is always going to be a fun fighter. I don't know if it's going to be that damaging. Same thing with Jaime Munguia. People have told me, like, well, the reason they're doing this with Munguia is because he's a ticket seller, right? They want to protect him. I don't think him fighting any of those middleweights, because again, none of these middleweights are really separating themselves from each other. So if he was to lose to one of these guys, I don't think it would be like a bad loss. For me, I just don't like that. Of course I want to see the fights, but I also live in reality, and I know that a lot of these fights can't be made. And that's why I make the rule on this channel that I don't talk about fights that aren't going to be made, that don't have a possibility of being made. All right, let me read some comments. The Goat Mario P says, do you think Sandor is dangerous and a live dog, or should Tio take care of him? I think it'll be interesting for sure, because he's a southpaw, likes to use his legs, use the ring. So it's going to be a little bit difficult for Teofimo, Stefan says, the other day, Eddie Hearn was said so many of the fights ordered by the WBC are like fantasy fights. You can't just order a fight. Business will decide. Yeah, exactly. We've heard Leonard Elby say it all the time. It's got to make sense, right? And look, again, we don't like these answers, but these are the guys that make the fights. Same thing with what Roberto Diaz just said. What I just played for you guys. Team Batman, what's going on, bro? Boxing with Frank Bay says, apparently Stanionis had a lot to say recently. Oh, I seen that too. What's going on, Bruce Gass? How you doing? Marion Brown, what's going on? Hey, my man right here. I got you, brother. Don't worry. Let's see. Stephen says, Bruce, oh yeah, saluting each other. Nice. Let's do this, guys. Let's do this. Give me 1 second. You guys know I don't normally do this, but since it's a special day for me, this is not like a show. I'll put the link in the chat. Again, idiots, trolls, you guys are not welcome. I want real boxing fans, real boxing talk. That's what I want. But anyway, yeah, it's so it's a funny situation, man, and it really is comical to me how these fans get worked up for a fighter to come on his Instagram live and then go on his Twitter and say things like, "Well, I sent contracts," and this guy, I want to fight this guy, but you don't want to fight me, and like, and then the funny thing is, a guy actually shows up, another fighter who's in your division, and says he wants to fight, and he's like, you don't want to fight, you don't want to fight. You don't want to fight. Like that kind of just that's kind of the opposite of what you were just doing, In one breath, you're saying, I want these guys, but they don't want me. Then a guy shows up who's in your division and says, fight me. And then you say, nah, you don't want to fight. That doesn't make any sense to me, man. It just doesn't. It doesn't. And it's funny. It really is funny. And we should know by now these things, man. We should definitely understand why these fights don't happen. Okay. And like I said, I'm gonna take the word of a guy who makes fights, a matchmaker, someone who's in the business, you know. Robert has also said, and I wish I had the audio for this, but it would take me quite a while to get it. But when he did an interview on Leave It in the Ring, he was saying how people, even there's some people that are in the business that don't know how certain things work, you know? So it's listening to fans and channels on YouTube talk about this type of shit, they're never going to give you the honest truth, man. They will never give you the honest truth. And that's just the bottom line, man. That is just the bottom fucking line, you know? What's going on, Frank? How you doing?
What's up, G Funky? Pretty good
I'm
on this holiday.
Yes, sir. I'm just hanging out, man. How you doing?
Just having have some food and some drinks. So,
Okay,
yeah.
got you.
How about you?
Me? No, I don't do the Thanksgiving, so I'm
Oh,
just
okay.
chilling, brother, you know. But hey, to each his own, man. I'm not gonna stand on a soapbox anymore. Those days are over.
Oh no,
you know.
I respect your your stance.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So what's on your mind, bro?
Oh no, yeah, the topic is just interesting. I mean, I know you're on social media like me. I'm pretty new to it as far as YouTube and Twitter. And yeah, it's just interesting to see the people pick sides.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah,
as far as go ahead.
I seen you shared a few things too, or had a few things to say about the Bivol article that I read earlier. Um, I agree 100% with what he said. Like, you can't just start barking and saying, "Oh, this guy, I want that guy," rah, rah, and then shit's gonna happen. Like, I mean, the guys are living in a dream world. In a perfect world, yes, that might work, but not in reality.
Yeah, look, I don't have a problem with fans loving it because I love it too. It's just my opinion has been that you kind of have to be a intelligent fan and a knowledgeable fan and realize it for what it is that it's just it's a publicity stunt.
Pretty much, yeah, I agree. What's going on, boxing historian? Thanks for joining us, man.
Was happening, G Funky? Was good, Frankie? How you doing?
We're
Doing
good,
good. How
man.
about you?
Glad
You
glad
don't
you're here,
celebrate
man.
the Turkey Day either?
Nah, I don't like Thanksgiving, man. I don't like what they did to my ancestors.
Yeah, you can't even say Merry Christmas anymore.
Fuck Mary.
But
But
go
to
ahead,
each his own.
Brian.
I was just gonna say to each his own, but not me.
Yeah, same for me, man. Same for me. Yeah, we're just talking about. I don't know if you were here when I read the Dmitry Bivol article from Boxing Scene, where he was basically kind of saying, like, look, I want Beterbiev next, but that doesn't mean that the fight's going to happen next, because we know how shit works. And I think he's 100% on that, man.
Yeah, true. Here's what I'll say though. I think it has a bit. Look, like I said, when I'm not talking about fantasy fights, I don't subscribe to talking about fantasy fights like the fake fight that we've been promised this whole year that was never going to happen to begin with. All right,
Right.
To the Alphabet Boys over there at that weirdo promotion. I'm not even going to name their names, but I will say this though. I do think that Beterbiev and Bivol will happen probably down the line, probably later on next year, probably the fourth quarter of next year, and I think that's probably would make the most sense in my opinion. I do believe that he's right. I mean, look, I do believe that fighters duck. Yes, I do. But I don't think that every single fight that can be made in this generation is because of fighters ducking. I will admit that, because when you deal with the fact that you have these promotional companies and you have these promoters, these greedy ass dinosaur ass / retarded promoters who just don't understand, everybody needs to eat off the table so their business can survive, because that's how stupid they are. They're the reasons. They're the big reasons why. And that is that it's not the venue, it's not people hosting, it's not investors, it's the stupid ass promoters majority of the time. Look, I will say this. I mean, I do look when I look at 160, Jaime Munguia, Charlo, Andrade when he was there, GGG, all right, as well. And even what the shit that Janabek was saying the other day. All right. Yeah. Which he's supposed to be the boogeyman, and I'm sitting up here trying to talk shit about Munguia, but then you're saying that you don't want to fight Munguia, but he's a champion, you dumb motherfucker. What are you talking about? Or was, I don't know if he is or not.
He's the mandatory for his belt. Yeah. And it's been ordered by the WBO too. So like that, I mean, it's like you said, it's the same fucking song and dance with all these other boogeymen, right? They're like, well, I don't fight this guy. He's not this, he's not that. I want this guy. Like, if you're the boogeyman, like, fight everybody. Like, there should be no issue, you know?
Issue at all.
even if we know, right? Because look, Munguia is promoted by Golden Boy. He's promoted by Top Rank. Now, look, to me, I think that's a fight that is actually possible because we've seen these two work together. We've seen Golden Boy fighters on Top Rank platforms like Joet Gonzalez. We've seen Joshua Franco over there fight. It's happened before, so that's a fight that it makes sense a little bit, you know? Not to mention, he's a mandatory. He needs a good fight. Janabek needs a good fight. So, yeah, it just doesn't make sense to me, man. And again, so-called boogeyman. At it again, you know? You can hop in anytime you want, Frank. These are
long, intricate conversations because, I'll get crucified for saying this, but I don't condone Munguia, but I understand how he's being moved. So you can call me an apologist, but I understand the way they're moving him because I don't see Munguia as like a pound for pound type of fighter. I think he's more of along the lines of a Gotti type. He's going to put on good fights. He'll make some good money for his company. So I'm okay with the way they're moving him, if that makes sense.
No, it does. It does. And look, I'll say this. I'm glad you brought up Munguia and the way he's being moved. Look at my man Marion Brown in the comment section is saying that he heard Rashidi Ellis turn down a Boots Ennis fight. Where'd you hear that, bro? Let us know where you heard that. But look, Munguia, again, he's a fun fighter for a lot of people, right? That's why he has a lot of fans. I'll admit that. You know, it looks like everywhere he goes, there's a good amount of people to see him fight in person. That's great for him. That's great for business. That's great for boxing. Totally get it, you know? What I don't understand is this. If people are there to see Munguia fight because he's exciting, then a loss shouldn't matter, right? You should come back and see the guy. Like, I understand there's going to be some fair weather fans there, right? They're like, oh, he took a loss. He's no good no more. But I think a majority of the fans will say, hey, look, he took a challenge, came up short. It is what it is. But it was a good fight. I enjoyed it. Can't wait to see him fight again. Like, same thing with William Zepeda. Like my guy, Rick Glazer, who's been on the show a couple of times. He put it out there. He said, look, Shakur's calling him out. Shakur knows this fight's not going to happen. The Golden Boys moving Zepeda slowly. They want to build him and build his fan base up. But again, William Zepeda has got such an entertaining style. He throws so many punches. I don't think a loss will hurt him. I really don't.
And you have, and you know, here's the thing in these type of arguments, nobody's really wrong. I mean, there's always good points on each side, but take Teofimo, right? A loss pretty much ruined him. I mean, and that's what we're looking at Munguia is that this is today's climate. So Teofimo has to start from ground zero. But here's the thing. Teofimo's a ticket seller. And that's the way we see Munguia. So whereas they felt Teo, was rushed, he's still a ticket seller. Same with Munguia is that we're just in a different climate. So a loss does affect the fighter. And let's say Munguia steps up and loses Janabek, he's going to have to start all over again.
Very possible.
Versus taking the slow approach, waiting for a Triple G fight and becoming a star as far as building a fighter.
Yeah. I mean, look, that's a great point too. Here's my rebuttal to that. Not that I'm trying to
No,
engage
it's
in an
okay. Yeah,
argument here.
no, we're
Um,
just hashing it out.
Yeah, just again, this is an open topic show, and
Yeah.
this is great stuff. But I'll say this for me, and I know a lot of fans don't watch boxing the way that I do, and that's fine. But I look at this sport from a competitor's eyes. You know, I'm not looking at it from business. I'm not looking at it from fame. None of that shit. Like for me, when I was competing in sports in high school and stuff like that with my friends, with them, against them, the goal was to win. The goal was to be the best. The goal was to be a champion, you know? Whether we got that far or not, you know, we put in the work, we put in the time, and we challenged ourselves to get there. And that's the way I look at boxing, you know? And I understand the money and the ticket sales and things like that. For me, if I watch a guy strictly because I think he's entertaining, whether he wins or loses, as long as he puts up a good fight, and it's an entertaining fight, fuck, I'll watch him again. I have no issue watching him again, you know?
Well,
Go ahead.
well, oh yeah, my bad. I don't mean to cut you off, but
No, go ahead. That's fine.
I mean, look at guys. I mean, and we're talking about like in the last 20, 30 years, two guys that stick out that have double-digit losses, but we know that those guys' careers are better than what their record says. Namely the two. Manuel Augustus, Gabe Rosado, right?
Mhm.
Those guys are better than what their record is. And because of the like you said, the current climate, because of the current mentality that promoters, fans, and fighters push out today, and also too, it's a microcosm of our society. People don't want to have that. People don't want to go through the growing pain of an L. You know what I'm saying? So that's what goes on. But it's like, man, look, the greatest fighter, probably the top 10 greatest fighters of all time. Most of them have 5 losses.
Yeah.
Pretty damn much. They have 5 losses.
True.
Archie Moore has how many losses? But he's the greatest light heavyweight of all time.
Yeah, a lot of these guys,
you know,
Sugar Ray Robinson, Sandy Sadler, like all these guys got like double-digit losses. But look how many times they fought. Like, right. Yeah, it should be viewed differently, man. Wins and losses in boxing.
Yeah.
Let me just make this point. When you deal with the MMA fan, right? Let's deal with the counterpart. They look at someone that's 18-8. Like someone in boxing be like, oh well, he ain't all that.
He's a bum.
Yeah. But in mixed martial arts, if that dude has an 18-8 record, but he's a champion, plus he fought how many top dudes to get to that point? No, they look at that. They look at it from that standpoint versus the fan today in boxing. Oh, he's a bum. He's nobody. It's such a bad culture and it's such a bad mentality that's been established the last 20 years, really the last 10, 15 years, you know. So I feel you on that.
Yep.
And
go ahead.
Yeah,
Frank.
no, I think it's just a different climate because I think, you know, some names that come to my mind is Fernando Vargas. You know, he was thrown in early, took a loss, but he was able to bounce back. Who's another? Zab Judah took a loss early, was able to bounce back. I don't think that's today's climate. If I'm Munguia, I mean, how long would it take him to bounce back? How long is it taking Tio?
Yeah, and here's the thing. Is if we're going to use, and I've heard people say this, and I haven't heard you say this, Frank, but I've heard other people say that these guys are ticket sellers. So managers, promoters aren't going to risk their investment. I would question that and I'll say this. They're already fighting a bunch of nobodies, right? Who the fuck has Munguia fought at this point? Nobody, right? Yet people are still there. So if he was to fight a name, right? Guaranteed there would be a lot of people there, maybe more than usual, depending on who it is.
Yeah.
And I feel like, again, that's good money there for that fight. I feel like they would come back to see him again.
Well, it's the construction of a guy's career. Like I'll give an example. The Royal kid, you know, he got knocked out. He has to start over. Gabe Flores he has to start over. I don't think we're understanding that a loss is not just a loss. It's where you're at in your career. We're not in those eras where you could just Zab Judah fight, lose to Baldomir and fight Floyd Mayweather off the jump. It's not that time anymore. No, you know, Shane Mosley could lose to Vernon Forrest and he still has big fights lined up. This is not that time anymore.
Yep, that sucks, man. And that's why I feel like that's why I look at boxing the way that I do, from a competitive perspective, not from like, let me manage this guy the right way and blah blah blah. you know, I feel like the competitive spirit is gone with boxing, and I remember saying this to a lot of guys on when I was on HCP, um during the first negotiations with Caleb Plant at 168. And there was a lot of people that said, well, he works with PBC. It's not gonna happen. And I told him, I said, look, again, this is the way I look at it. He's got the last strap in that division. Canelo's got the rest. He's got an opportunity to fight for not only another belt undisputed, but again, to build his legacy, make a ton of money. I said, dude, if he's a real competitor, he has to take the fight. He just has to. A lot of people didn't believe me. Fight got made, and credit to Plant. He took the fight, fought well, and then he lost. And but now look, he came back, knocked out Durrell. Now he's got a chance to fight David Benavidez, which is another big fight. So yeah, I mean, some of these guys, man, they just got to start getting it done, man.
Well, and
tired of waiting
as you're
around.
saying that with Plant, right? There was a guy I remember. Some guys' careers are already made for them, and some guys have to go the long, hard route, and that's something Paulie Malignaggi had alluded to. So you take a guy like Plant, and then there was a guy that I grew up with, Winky Wright, a loss to Fernando Vargas, and he has to go like on a 10-fight tour all across the world just to get back to that level. So sometimes it's different paths,
Yeah, and that's unfortunate, man. It shouldn't take that long. That really does suck, man, especially if the fight's competitive. Like, again, I would say, look, if we went to the court, right, and me and the boxing historian played a game of 21, and he beat me 21-19, right? He beats me by one bucket, and it was a good game. Like, hey, man, we got to run that back. All right, we can do that again, right? Because it was a good close game. Now, if he beat me like 21-3, and I'm like, come on, let's run that back. Like, nah, I don't think so. You weren't even competitive with me. Like, that's the type of stuff that I feel.
Right.
Yeah. And that's why they try so hard for A side, B side, and Fernando Vargas, Winky Wright is a perfect example. Fernando Vargas was the A side. They're trying to groom him, build him. Winky Wright is tough guy, and he takes the loss, and his career has to basically start from zero again.
Yeah,
so
I
like,
got somebody. Give me a second. I got
Go
somebody
ahead.
here in the back that has a different name than what they're saying, they are. Look, you can't come on unless you're really who you say you are, man. So I'm gonna have to remove you. All right, I'm not gonna play this game today. So let me see. Hold on. Let me give you a chance to change your name. Backs up. He left anyway. So good. Yeah, I'm not gonna let trolls on. Sorry, guys. Unless you're really here to talk some boxing with us, then you're gonna have to kick rocks, man. Sorry about that. But go ahead, Frank. I'm sorry.
Oh no, and so like say Caleb Plant, he took a loss to the number one guy, but then he has to take on Anthony Durrell again, kind of work his way back up, and now he has to go through David Benavidez to kind of get to where he was at off of one loss. And it's not like he could just lose and demand a big fight again.
Yeah, and but here's another thing too. Look at it like this. He's already in another big fight. He's already in another massive fight in that division. Like, what other fight could be made in that division that's possibly bigger than Plant versus Benavidez at this point? That doesn't involve Canelo. Like, this is probably it. If we take Canelo out of the equation, out of 168, this fight right here is probably the biggest fight out of all of them. Would you guys agree with that?
Yeah,
Yes.
no, it is. But I just more to hammer the point about what the O really means in today's climate is just giving those examples and why the guys are so protective. And so when we talk about a Stevenson Zepeda match, why it's not realistic, because people are protecting their O's. That's really, to me, that's what it comes down to.
Yep, I agree. That's that Mayweather blueprint nonsense, man, that we got. Go ahead.
Oh my God, man! Look, like, I don't like that clown ass motherfucker, that bald headed bastard, Floyd Mayweather. I mean, but it worked. The shit he did worked for him. I just don't understand what is up with these guys. These guys in their nonsensical. I need to make the type of money like Floyd Mayweather, so I'm a do and act like I'm gonna call shots, even though I'm not on that level. The only two people on that level is Canelo Alvarez and Anthony Joshua. All right, and those two guys ain't gonna be around in the sport too much longer. You understand? So it's like, what's going on there? And when you look at how this has not been a really good business structure, because that makes these guys more inactive than ever before. I'm still trying to figure out how this still this is a viable business practice by these fighters and these promoters, and then utilizing the A side, B side. Well, bitch, you're no side. We don't see you like that.
Right. We got another guest here. Let's give him a shot. Go ahead, man. What's on your mind?
Salute, lads. I hope everyone's doing well.
Good.
How you doing, Historian Frank? How you guys doing? Yeah, I think you guys make a good point. Look, man, if you fight the biggest and baddest dudes out there, eventually, you're going to catch an ass whooping. So I think all the legendary champions of the past, they took a lot of losses, in some cases bad losses. So if you fight the best, it's just something that's natural. I think the UFC is a good reflection of that. And it's like you were saying, if you keep having these, bum bashes, the fans are going to stop caring and you're going to stop making money anyway. So what's the point?
That's a good point, too. And look, I'll point to somebody who's a Hall of Famer, someone who is a legend to a lot of people in the sport of boxing, and that's Arturo Gatti, right? Yeah. And look, not only does he have a ton of losses, but he's got some bad losses. I'm talking about where he got his ass beat by some of these guys, and yet he was still able to come back and draw major money, be on pay-per-view and main event cards on HBO. Like, the whole landscape has got to change at some point, man. And I just don't know when that's going to happen. Someone's going to have to step up to the plate, man, and do something, because I had a show the other day. I had a show the other day with some of my casual friends, and that was one of their main problems with why they don't watch, is because they're saying, look, I'm tired of seeing mismatches, man. I want to see the best guys fight the best. And we can't blame them for that,
And it goes back to the original idea was the fans, but that's the thing. Most fans support this, is protecting the O. Like David Morrell, you mentioned the O. Like David Morrell, I think they were asked for the Benavidez fight. Can anybody confirm that? Isn't that what happened? Like he was offered it, or David was offered, and they turned it down. David Morrell's team had said no to Benavidez.
Yeah. One side said that they said that they didn't want the fight.
The other side, I saw that. I saw that. I witnessed that. Yeah.
I mean, look, I'll say this. Look, I like Morrell. I think he's a fantastic talent.
He's good.
7-0 now. But at the same time, look, here's the problem I have with. It's not really Morrell's fault. He came over here from Cuba. He's a little bit older, starting his career, so I know they have to move him quickly. This is not the first time we've seen this, but Benavidez has so many detractors, right? It doesn't matter who this guy beats. No one's going to give him credit. No one's going to say, well, you haven't done shit to get a Canelo fight. Like they complain at the fact that this guy lost his title in 2020 to the scale, right? He's come back, knocked out 3 opponents in a row, one of them to become the mandatory, to become the interim title. They complained about that because David Lemieux, blah, blah, blah. Well, guess what? If he went on to fight a Morrell who's 6-0 at the time, they're going to say, well, he beat David Morrell. He only got 6 fights. That means nothing. Like, like it just never ends.
But G-Funky, that's what I talk about, today's climate. This is today's climate. And we, like this panel as fans, I think are knowledgeable fans, but you have to imagine that 90% are not.
Yeah. And that's why I feel like it's our duty, the hardcore fans, to get the right information out there and say, hey, look, man, we're fans. We don't care if these guys take a loss. We just want the best matchups out there.
We want to see you motherfuckers fight. I mean, goddamn, we see you once in the blue moon. Like, how am I supposed to support you when I don't give a fuck about no undefeated fight. Like, you have 15 fights in the span of 10 years. I don't want to see that shit.
Yeah, I've
You're right,
had
guys.
interactions with the fighters, and you know, like 10 of their fanboys will come to their defense
Yeah,
and
right
protect
away like
them.
that. You know,
The
yeah.
two
Literally.
You
biggest
wanted to say something,
box
Jimmy?
stars.
Man.
Yeah, bro. I was just gonna say, look, if you're the two biggest superstars in boxing as far as recent track record, Joshua and Canelo, between them they've got 5 losses. So,
Yeah.
loss isn't the end of it, bro. In some cases you become bigger. Like with Canelo, this is the biggest he's ever been, and that was after losing to Mayweather and recently Bivol. His last pay per view was big. With Joshua, after he got knocked out by Ruiz in the rematch, he broke all of the UK pay per view records. So. I think if you give fans good quality, fans aren't stupid. That's the thing. If you give us good quality products consistently, we'll turn out. The UFC is a great example of that, and so was the old
Yes,
school
it is.
boxing. The
Yeah,
golden
but
era of boxing. When
that's
Ali
what
and
this
Frazier.
that's what this show is about, is the more unknowledgeable fan. And look, I don't ever want to, I don't ever want to be the guy to say, you're just a casual, you don't know, but you don't know, shut the fuck up. I want more fans, just like we should all want, right?
Yeah.
It's just
Steph,
like, go ahead.
oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done, man. Go ahead. Finish.
Oh no, it's just I don't want to be that guy to dismiss casuals and tell them they don't know shit. It's just like, look, man, let's have an open conversation and let's just talk
Yep.
about it. And let me tell you the hardcore approach.
I agree. And if you have if you're content creators out there, I feel like it's a good idea to get some of your casual friends on if they are comfortable with coming on the internet and talking, because we got to really get their ear and understand their way of thinking as to why they don't want to
That
tune
part.
into boxing the way that they do other sports. Like my two friends that came on, or they could tell you everything about the NFL, the MLB, NBA, right? These guys couldn't even tell me. They could even name 5 current champions in boxing right now. Like, it's bad. I want to address this comment here. This is a great comment. Stefan says Warriors can lose, keep coming, keep getting big fights and purses. Look at Holyfield, Chisora, Thomas Hearns, Gotti, and one current guy is Derek Chisora. People still pay money. He's got a good following still in the UK, and he's got over 10 losses, if I'm not mistaken, right?
And he ain't
Like,
shit.
Yeah,
By the
but
way.
he's entertaining though.
Yeah,
People
but
love his fights. He brings it. Yeah, he gets his ass whipped sometimes and gets knocked out, but he fucking brings it, man.
the majority of
And
those names are 10 years old though.
yeah, no, that's true. That's true. And that's why I highlighted Chisora, because he's still a current fighter. And look, now he's getting another big payday. It's Tyson Fury. It's just one of those things, man. I feel like if you give us good fights, good matchups, and then you compete well in these fights, win, lose, or draw, I feel like fans, we have to create a new culture and say, look, we don't give a shit, man. You gave us
There
a
you
great
go.
fight. Let's keep supporting this guy. I don't feel like that's too much to ask.
Yeah, and that's the only reason I apologize for Munguia, is because he's exciting. I mean, that's just my preference. I'm sorry, I won't condone it, but I just think no matter when he's on TV, it's going to be a good fight.
Yep.
I don't want to make excuses for Munguia, but I feel like, like he's only 25. He had no amateur career. Like, even though he should definitely 100% in his next fight step up, his last couple of fights, I mean, I don't know if I was that hard on him compared to most fans, because I see a young kid, no amateur background, still really young, and I don't mind. Like, I kind of see why he wants a Golovkin fight. He's trying to angle for that. I think he'd love to take a Canelo fight, but I will definitely be hard on him if he doesn't step up in his next fight, because at some point enough is enough.
But a Triple G fight would
go
be
ahead.
fantastic, I think.
And I'll give
think
you
that's a good fight. Go ahead, Frank. Go ahead.
An example of why these guys are matched carefully is Montana Love.
Oh shit!
They tried to build him, throw him in tough, and he loses. Like, you just spent how many years trying to build a guy?
And he quit, by the way.
Yes, he looked.
It's debatable. Hey, let's not slander. No, I'm just playing.
Look, I'll say this from a technical standpoint with Montana Love. Man, he's bad. He's really, really bad. He reminds me of quite a few guys too. Where, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful. It's just me looking at it from, like I said, a technical eye. Because, like I said, I've trained with guys. I've talked with coaches here locally in my city. He's a stepper when he punches, and that drains your power. You don't get any kind of power.
You're talking about, I know.
Yeah, like, I don't know if you guys noticed that, but like, I seen several times in that fight with Spark where I think is Montana Love a southpaw? I can't remember. Is he southpaw or not? Okay, so it's the right hook then. So I've seen him several times where he's looking, he's got his guard active, he's moving his head all around, and he'll jump in with a left hook. And look, that looks sensational, right? But if you leave the ground and you punch, all you're doing is punching with your arms, basically a slap.
Okay.
Now, if you could sit down, like jump in and just do it real quickly, or do a check right hook instead of a leaping right hook, you can get more power behind it. He does that with his jab also. A lot of times I see him stretching with his foot, his back foot, when he's throwing left hands. Like, that's just not good technique. It's fast, it lands good, but not a lot of power, I feel like some of these things need to be cleaned up with Montana Love, and his defense too is not really that great. It's just, to me, I just mostly see him retreating a lot of the time. Not a lot of catching, blocking, and head movement to avoid shots. It's mostly just moving away from his opponent. That just takes a lot of energy, man. When he's in there, if they continue to push him and they put him in there with a good pressure fighter, it's going to be rough. I think it's going to be a rough night for him.
Yeah, just in the respect of how he's moved, how they move these guys. You take a guy Montana Love, you spend years building him, and then that happens, then you're effed.
Yeah, that's why you got to really know what you're looking at when you're promoting these guys. Don Chargan, who was a guy who was a big promoter around my area, promoted a lot of guys, promoted one of my friends, Danny Savala, who was a professional. One of his main things was this. Look, one of the main things I look at when I want to really get behind a guy and push him is, can he take a punch?
Chin.
Yep, you got to be able to take a punch, man.
Can he chin?
And I'm gonna say this too. It doesn't matter how flashy or how explosive a guy can be. Look, especially when you get up to the big boys, right? Especially when you get up to heavyweight, you can't not have a fucking chin and last long in the sport of boxing. It's just not. I mean, because at the end of the day, you ain't gonna slip every punch. You're not gonna be able to block every punch.
Yep.
Big shots are going to get through at some point in your career, and eventually you're gonna have to at least be able to take some of them. So.
Yep, very true. It's a good example of someone who very talented and was right on the cusp of leaving that prospect level into contender status, was Josue Vargas.
You talking about
for him?
The Puerto Rican?
Yeah. Yep. Unfortunately for him, they picked a guy in Chon Cepeda who's a good puncher. But also we found out now that Josue Vargas, he just really doesn't have that kind of chin to be an elite fighter. In his next fight, he got knocked out by a guy who's a hybrid MMA boxer guy, So
yeah, he was a tough man competition when there's some shit like that.
Yeah, man. What's going on, the Puro Sur in the chat? If you want to jump on, man, there's a link in the chat. We're just chopping up some random boxing talk here. Go ahead, Frank.
Yeah. So we're talking about Montana Love and the other guy who got starched, Royo. So it's like we see these guys get starched. Now we just bag on them. Like, honestly, I think Montana Love is still a good quality opponent for any top. It's 140, right?
Yeah. These are just some. I don't want to make it seem like I'm throwing them away because he lost.
Well, no, that's why I'm talking about protecting the O, and when they get a loss, how we react.
Honestly, for me, I always when I first saw Montana Love, I knew eventually if he fights someone who's tough, who's going to pressure him, who have enough power, I knew he was going to quit to begin with. I was never really high on Montana Love. Now he can still make a gatekeeper's career. Don't get it twisted.
Whoa, but TBH, that's why I'm saying they protect the O so much. Yeah. That's my point.
But I think sometimes fans are harsh. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, brother. You started first. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I sometimes feel like the fans are harsh as well. Like, if you take Canelo by an example, he's probably had the best title run as far as opposition and consistency over the last 5 years. But as soon as he lost to Bivol, a guy who was bigger than him, who had a rough style for him as far as, a stylist and matchup, they're like, oh, Canelo's a hype job. He was never that good. Cherry picking gone wrong. I'm like, come on. Let's look at his resume.
That's crazy. Bivol is definitely not a cherry pick. Anyone that says that, they either don't know shit about boxing or they just never seen Bivol fight. When that fight was announced earlier this year, I made a quick video once it was official, and I said, hey, look, this is not going to be an easy fight for Canelo. Bivol, this motherfucker can box, A lot of people just, again, they just don't know who he is. That's the problem. And then there's the whole narrative. He's a Euro bum, and
Hey, but you
you
know
know,
what? You know who was picking him and who told you exactly what was going to go down in that fight. Remember that?
yeah, yes, that's you.
I knew what Canelo was in for an ass beat.
Let's give him a hand, all right? Yes,
Yeah.
sir, man. Yes, sir. I mean, I knew it was going to be a tough fight for Canelo. It's just, for me, look, it's hard to get a decision against the guy. You know, I mean, look, he almost got a draw to that fight. I don't think that fight was close. You know, but hey, he took a loss. Look, and he comes back. Triple G beats Triple G. A lot of people haven't given up on him because of that, you know. But again, this is Canelo we're talking about, so this is kind of a different situation than guys like Munguia and other guys. So yeah, it's just one of those things, man. I just hope that these guys, and look, I'm happy that Shakur, because this really started with Shakur in his live IG the other day, where he was saying, I want this guy, I want that guy, and this guy, and I'm sending out contracts. And then when Edwin De Los Santos showed up in the live, he's saying, I'll fight you, you know. And then he's like, oh, you don't want to fight? You don't want to fight? Like, I'm like, what? Like, what do you mean you don't want to fight? Like, fight him. If all these guys don't want to fight you, fight him then. Like, take the next guy. Like, I was saying the same thing with Devin Haney when everybody was saying, oh, everybody's scared of Haney. But like, Jorge Linares was like, I'll fight him. You know, Gamboa, I'll fight him. Jojo Diaz fought him. Like, it just it's dumb to me, man. Go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna say this. I want to say this about Devin Haney. You know, hats off to him. He's a lightweight champion, undisputed. Looks like he wants to fight, but nobody's afraid to fight him, bro.
Absolutely not.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that narrative that Lomachenko was ducking this man or anybody. I don't see.
Loma's going to fight him now, and he's gotten better with age, right? Haney, he's a few years older now. He's gotten a little bit better. Like,
yeah,
why would he would have, if he was smart, right? He would have fought him then when he was still more green than he is now. Like, you're right. You're absolutely right. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, for real. I mean, I just never believed in that narrative. And I'm gonna say this: there's really no boogeyman in boxing. I mean, you can kind of make the point with Benavidez to a degree, maybe. But I don't know if Canelo was ever avoiding that guy, like people were saying. I don't know if people, you know, nobody's afraid to fight Haney. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I'm just being honest.
It was getting out of hand, man. 2020. I know you remember that. I mean, it was getting to the point where I was thinking somebody would say Tyson Fury's ducking Haney. Like, it was getting crazy. You know,
that goes to the fans. Then that's just other fans that are saying that.
Yeah, it's crazy. You want to chime in, Jimmy? Go ahead, man. Anytime.
Yeah, bro. You know, as far as that's what you have to do, bro. If the guys that you want won't get in the ring with you, fight the best of whatever's available and stay active. You know, fight 3 times a year against top 10 guys. It doesn't have to be champions. Just, you know, stay busy, keep cutting on performances, and you'll put pressure on the guys that you do want to get in with you eventually. And the Lomachenko thing, I agree with you guys completely. Haney's physically bigger now, stronger, and more skilled. Lomachenko, in my opinion, looks like he's on a little bit of a slide. So why would fighting a 26-year-old Haney at 35 be better for Lomachenko compared to a 23-year-old Haney when Lomachenko is 33? You know,
exactly. It makes no sense to me, man. The fight was never possible, man. Like, I don't understand what these guys don't think. It's a silly narrative, and we know what it is, man. It's all about money. Let's get the super chats. Let's get the followers,
it's not a sport.
You know?
It's not, boxing is not a sport. I'm maintaining that, and I think I'll hold that stance. It's not really a sport.
And
not in the general sense of it.
At that time, Teofimo was seen as the biggest threat to Lomachenko. He had the final belt, and it was for undisputed. Devin Haney at the time was just a contender, a really good fighter, but just another contender on the zone. So I think politics. Also at that time, Lopez was the mega fighter lightweight. So I never thought Loma ducked him.
I want to ask you guys this, since we're talking about Devin Haney now, and I know some people are going to get a hold of this. They're going to record it.
They're very sensitive about him. People are sensitive.
Very
sensitive topic.
About him. I'll say this. Look, since there's rumblings, and most likely he's going to fight Lomachenko sometime next year, which is a fantastic fight. I'm glad it's happening. But I want to ask you guys this. Several channels have complained about Haney's 2 fights with Kambosos, me being one of them, because I'm not a fan of holding and excessive clinching, right? Especially if
Right.
you're not going to clinch for what it's supposed to be, right? And I'll explain that later. Right, exactly. I don't. Something changed in Devin Haney. He didn't hold this much against Gamboa. He didn't hold this much against Linares. He didn't hold this much against Diaz. His 2 fights with George Kambosos, the guy turned into fucking Hoist Gracie. Both fights. Why do you guys think that is? Anybody can jump in at any time. I'm just presenting a question to the panel and to the chat. You guys, let me know what you think.
I think it's
Who
probably
wants to
the
go
Linares
first? Oh,
because you got hurt quite bad in the Linares fight, and also the pressure as well. You know, being in an open air stadium in Australia, fighting for all the belts. I think he tried to fight extra safe, and was a bit nervous. And oh my god, man, that was awful to watch, bro. The first fight, it was pretty dreadful. And I like the sweet science, but I'm
That's
just
not
not
the
into
sweet
that.
science, though. You know, I agree with you. I don't mind a guy who's going to fight on the back foot and be defensive, make a guy miss. You know, I'm good with that.
You want to
What
go
I
next,
don't-
TBH, or me?
What I don't like is the excessive clinching. That's why I was never a fan of Vladimir Klitschko. I couldn't stand that fucking guy when he fought. I was so happy when Fury beat him. I was like, I made a video. I was like, thank you, thank God, somebody got the belts off this guy. I'm sick and tired of seeing him fight.
Go ahead,
next,
TBH.
go ahead.
TBH, go ahead. Pass. You can go first.
All right. Okay. Look. Look. I mean, it's like this, right? Now, don't get it twisted. One of my favorites all time, Bernard Hopkins, was notorious for clinching, but you know what the hell he was clinching for? He was doing it to frustrate the other guy, and he will work off the clinch. It's one thing to clinch, but when you start clinching over and over and over again, it's like, well, wait a second, ref. You'll call it for certain fighters, but other fighters you won't call it for. Like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? You guys don't even have no consistency with that. A guy is supposed to work within the clinch. It's like me. If I'm sparring, especially with big boys, heavyweights, when you spar, and you fuck with heavyweights, when you're clinching, what all that means is both guys are gonna be banging in the
on the inside.
That's what it's all. That's what it's there for. When I look at Haney, when he did that multiple times against Kambosos, I'm thinking, man, to myself, these Devin Haney fans must not understand boxing, or must not either just don't understand that
part.
Yeah, Lomachenko and what he can do on the inside. We've seen him what he did to Richard Commey when he clinched up with them. Haney was doing that shit out of desperation. There was no tactic behind what he was doing. He was holding because maybe offensively he doesn't have the offensive skills of certain other fighters, that other fighters have to not to be able to utilize a clinch. Two, if he does that shit against someone like Lomachenko, you're just giving him more an advantage to bang on you on the inside. He is much quicker, have better reflexes than Kambosos, and he hits a whole lot harder than Kambosos as well. So he has a height, he has a size, but I still question Haney's punch resistance against a real puncher. And we have not seen him against a real puncher. And Jorge Linares, 35 years old, doesn't count because he's not in his prime no more.
He was shot. He's shot.
And he still had power, and he cracked him at one time, and he was holding for 4 fucking rounds. There's still, I can't. Jojo Diaz doesn't crack. Neither does George Kambosos. Loma can hurt you. So,
and it's the pressure and the volume of Loma too is another thing.
Exactly, in those angles. And I don't think that he has faced another boxer like that, a boxing purist like that. You got to be able to cut off those angles, and if you do, Lomachenko can be there to be had. But does Haney have that ability? Because Jermaine Ortiz, who's very similar to Haney, not as skilled, but I'm saying the raw athleticism, the height, the size, very similar. He was able to give Lomachenko problems, but he sparred Lomachenko enough times to know what his tendencies are. Look, I don't think I've seen Devin Haney fight someone like that. We at least seen Lomachenko at least fight 2 guys of a Devin Haney style. So to me, I think that Devin Haney is of all the undisputed champions of the so-called 4-belt era. Now that they're calling it now, I think he's the most overrated of all the bunch. Much credit to him, but I don't think he's as good as people think he is.
Yeah, the jury's still out.
Mhm.
I would agree with you on that. Go ahead, Frank.
Oh, okay. Let me just preface this. I try to be objective and unbiased, but I'm not a Haney fan by any means. And it really has nothing to do with in the ring. It's the outside of the ring antics. I think he's a good fighter. But in conversating with I'm sure you guys know who he is, a Hall of Fame fighter, I talked about mentality. And I asked him, I said, when you're up in the scorecards, how do you handle a fight? He said, I said, would you coast to the win or do you go for the stoppage? He said, no, we always go for the stoppage. You never want to leave it to the judges. So for me, it comes down to mentality. Devin Haney is a defensive first, play it safe fighter, and it just bores you to death. And that's the reality.
No, look, and again, some people will take that as an insult to get pissed off, but like, look, it's your opinion on the guy, right? I don't think you said anything personal about him. So look, that's fine with me. But I'll say this: I want to expound on what you said, Boxing Historian, about the clinch, right? Again, experience, man. When you have experience with fighters and even fighting, doing some sparring, like I've done some sparring with guys who are bigger than me, guys that are smaller than me. And again, like you said, TBH, I agree with you 100%. The clinch is always designed for you're supposed to work within the clinch, right? We see a lot of times, a lot of referees will say, hey, look, work out of that, right? There's a difference between clinching a fighter and holding a fighter. What Haney was doing with Kambosos was holding. He's literally avoiding attacks, ducking down real low, and then wrapping him up on the body. That's a hold right there. That's like wrestling, like getting ready to pick a guy up and slam him or something, A clinch is when you're on the inside and you grab your opponent's hand. You can grab both and then maybe let go of one, stick a shot in there. As long as you're working, the referee is going to allow that to go on because that's working out of the clinch. There's a big difference that a lot of fight fans don't understand that.
Yeah, and I'll take it even a step further. When you first learn how to fight, you have kind of one or two reactions: is to wail, flail, or hold. Like when working with the fighter from the very beginning. And the second is that you hold when you're tired. So is he out of shape, and that's why he holds so much? It's just amateurish, because that's what an amateur does. He's in deep waters. If he's getting slammed, he's gonna hold.
Yeah, and it just these were bad fights to watch, man. Like, I'll be honest with you, man. When I make my prediction for their fight, once it's official, like I am not looking forward to going back and watching that fight with Kambosos. Now, I don't give credit to a channel out there, BDA. I don't know if you guys know who they are.
I'm aware.
But they made a video and they counted all the clinches that happened in that second fight. Not the first one, but the second fight, because a lot of people were saying, well, look, man, he didn't clinch as much in the second. Oh, he clinched. If it wasn't as much, it was damn near the same.
Well,
it was like
almost
Funky 50 clinches. Go ahead.
And here's the issue I have, and I've actually, there's content creators that condone it. They tell you just don't know what you're watching. That's their stand. No, that's what you don't understand the sweet science, and you don't understand what you're watching. They're very arrogant. They're very pseudo intellectual, and I'm sure you've seen them.
I mean, technically, look, it is against the rules to do what Haney did against Kambosos.
Well, no, my question to you, G Funky, is what's your rebuttal? What's your rebuttal? You don't know what you're watching. You don't understand the sweet science.
I would say whoever says that to me about that situation, I would say you're gonna have to look in the fucking mirror, because again, a clinch is not holding your opponent's body or wrapping up around their head, anything like that. Headlocks. How often do we see that? Guys do this, right? Or they'll jump on an opponent's back. Like, that's not allowed. If you just look up the ABC of boxing, right? The Association Boxing Commission rules, it tells you can't do that. That's literally
the best one.
rules.
The best one I heard them say is that you have to teach your fighter how to not get clinched and how to. Basically, it's a great tactic if they can't figure it out. So you have to blame the guy getting held.
Right. And that's the thing. Like fighters don't train to break holds, right? Holding the body, like that's something that you don't train to do in the gym.
No, these people, that's what they're claiming. That because I said
I know.
when I talked to him, I said, hey, when I went to a gym and puro mexicano, you know, like and you know, no, I'm just telling you, it wasn't taught. It was frowned upon. And they said, well, then they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
TBH, you go to gyms. Do you practice grabbing guys by the body or wrapping them up around the head or headlocks or when it's boxing? I know you do MMA too, but when it's strictly boxing, is that something that you guys are taught?
Hell no. What you're taught is, I mean, and I'm a heavyweight. You know, I'm 6 foot and I'm my best weight would be 230, 220, but I'm 250 right now. If I'm boxing another heavyweight, and you know, sometimes you'll go around to grabbing the other guy and actually working in the clinch, like punching and shit. You don't work on headlocking the mother, not in boxing for that matter. Don't look
exactly
headlocking the guy or, you know, tackling the guy like, you know, some of these guys like to do. And these guys call that skill. No, that's a tactic. It's a tactic if you use it the way Bernard Hopkins used it back in the day or Andre Ward used it back in the day. But the way these guys do it now, they're like, oh, that's skill. Oh, you don't know. No, if you keep constantly grabbing and headlocking, the referee was supposed to warn the guy. And if he does it excessively, like 2-3 more times, then you deduct a point from him. No, they don't teach you that shit. No.
That's what these guys really claim, though. That's
so weird. Here's the point. Here's the point I want to make with TBH. We just said that. Shout out to Joe Lopez and Renee Box Young in the chat. The reason why I asked you that, TBH, is because if that's something that you're not taught to do when boxing, how the fuck are you supposed to train for that? You don't.
No,
because it's illegal. You just don't do it, right? Another thing that Haney did in that fight was, and he's not the only one that does this. There's several fighters that do this, but bending down below your opponent's waist is illegal.
Yes.
All right. It's basically like turning your fucking back to your opponent. There's no scoring target on the back of the opponent. Every scoring target in a fight is the face, the torso, right? That's where these punches are supposed to be landed, and that's the target you're supposed to be presenting your opponent, right? Now, if you can make a miss with the body movement, feet, whatever, that's perfectly fine. But if you're bending down, my God, there's times where you've seen Haney, his head's damn near touching the floor. That's how far he's bending down.
Yeah.
What is George supposed to hit at that point? At that point, all he has is Haney's back, his spine, his kidneys, the back of his head. Like, that's just very dangerous, and that's why it's not allowed.
I'm gonna tell you something. If it was Muay Thai, your head's coming off your goddamn head.
Yes,
coming off your shoulders. Goddamn it, you're gonna duck that low. I'm gonna knee the fuck out of you.
Yeah. It was awful. It was an awful performance, man. Like, he won the fight. I'm not saying that George won the fight or anything like that, but it was an awful performance, in my opinion, man. And he really did break a lot of rules and got away with it, you know?
Yeah. Oh, he did. And my thing is, and I've always wondered, where's the consistency with these referees? They all have the same rule instruction and rule book. If you see shit like that, why do you allow the shit for certain fighters, but then penalize others?
Yep.
Maybe that are lesser known or just coming up. I see that. I was like, wait a second. Why are you deducting a point from this cat right here? But then this guy, motherfucker number one, you're allowing him to hold all goddamn day. He ain't working. He just grabbing motherfuckers. But the other guy who's just coming up, or maybe a journeyman, maybe an opponent, you're allowing. Come on, man. Like, and then that's weak as hell, bro.
As it applies to fans, you know, I'm biased. Well, I don't want to say biased, but I prefer other styles than the pure boxer. You know, I prefer a more aggressive style. I guess people will say it's rock'em sock'em robots, because that's the people that condone that. That's what they say. If you don't appreciate that, you know, that's the code. If you don't appreciate then they leap from you don't appreciate to all you want is rock'em sock'em robots. Then Like that's their counter.
But what's wrong with watching a good, entertaining fight though? Like, see, that's another issue I have with these guys. You know, Renee Box Young here says, "Yeah, I commonly see the ref allow so many clinches throughout a fight, throughout fights, and they just warn." And look, I want to say when I had Ray Corona on referee, I asked him about that, and he just basically said, like, you know, hey, we're trained to kind of do what's best for the fans. We don't really want to disqualify opponents, right? But at the same time, you want to keep the action flowing, you know, and guys who overly hold, something's got to be done about that, you know.
You know, and you know who I was watching the other night is Adrian Broner, and you know he had like 2 careers. There was the explosive because I was talking about Boots Ennis and how Adrian Broner was supposed to be the next Floyd Mayweather, and I was saying, yeah, he's flashy. He had everything. He was everything. He was supposed to be the next one. And then he started holding. He just did all this excessive clinching. And that was it. He was done.
Yep. And I think really what happened with Broner was he kind of overstepped his boundaries, man. He was not a welterweight. Once he got to welterweight, things got really bad for him.
But you know what? That was everybody's projection at the back in 2012. We were all saying that once he moved up to 147, it's over for him.
Yep.
But
we were here. Me and TBH were here at the time.
Go ahead. It goes to the styles that he, out of his element, he had nothing else to do but hold. Yeah,
he couldn't. The punches weren't hurting the opponents like they were down in the lower weight classes. Like look at the way he beat DeMarco. Like that was a great performance by Broner. We didn't see him fight like that ever since then. Like, and that was at lightweight. You know, he got up to 140, 147. It was one punch at a time. Yes. A lot of clinching. Yeah. It was.
That's what that is. Shit,
yep. Hey, guys, the link is in the chat. If anybody wants to jump on and join the conversation, we're going to be here for a couple hours. At least I will. I can't say for these guys, but I appreciate them coming on. I appreciate everybody watching. So if anybody wants to jump on, they can go right ahead. Renee here says, yeah, it's frustrating seeing fights where they clinch and clinch and clinch. Makes me want to change the channel. I agree, man. I agree.
You know what? Here's my remedy, right? For guys that, because you know what that we can chalk that up to? Stalling. That's what that is. Now look, in mixed martial arts, right? There's a terminology that guys use for guys that stall: lay and pray, stand and wang, and clinch and do shit and do nothing or something like that. So. You know what in Pride and even what they do in one FC, right? The current promotion they do MMA, kickboxing, Muay Thai, and whatnot. If you're stalling, they'll throw a yellow card and deduct 10% of your purse for.
I heard somebody mention that's what they should do. I heard that before.
That's what they should do to guys that like to stall. I'm not talking about defensive fighters. Kind of know boxing is a little different because you can win off of defense more so than other striking arts, but then that'd be taken away one aspect. But it's like, it's one thing to be defensive. It's one thing to be technical. It's another thing to just fucking stall and throw no punches and don't do shit and literally stall and bore the fight. When you start doing that the referee should be like, hey, let's go. Okay. Now, if I warn you 3 times, I'm going to deduct 10%.
And G-Funky, not to interrupt TBH, but G-Funk, is it true? Somebody was talking about the Munguia, the Korea fight, and how Korea went out. They said they don't pay guys if they don't fight in Mexico. Ooh. Or is that cap?
I don't know about
if
that.
You don't perform, they don't pay you. Like, you have to perform. You know, you have to fight.
It doesn't sound out of this world. I'll be quite honest with you, but I can't say 100%.
You know what? But the fighting in its raw form, especially if you want to do a professional, that's how it should be, honestly, because that's how it used to be. You can't go in the ring and find ways not to actually fight while you're fighting and think that's okay. I'm not talking about running. I'm not talking about someone using footwork. If you're running like Guillermo Rigondeaux did in his last fight, and hopefully he gets better, what that situation would happen to him. But that shit is not boxing.
So how do you feel about Andre Ward then? Because, coming into this social media, Twitter, YouTube, a lot of people said it was awful. You mentioned
let me-
BDA. They made that shit known.
Oh, I know. They don't like Andre Ward. A lot of people don't because he was a guy who was notorious for clinching. But again, if you work out of the clinch, I have no issue with that because that's what inside fighting is. You know, you're allowed to, if you got a free hand and you wrap the other guy's hand in a clinch, right? Because clinching is wrapping the arms and the hands. If there's a free hand, bang away, fight away. If you can wrestle your hand out and continue to fight, like I'm good with that. It's just when I see again a guy who's purposely holding the body or the head or the headlock, right? That to me, that's a problem. We've seen guys like in the past, great fighters like Lennox Lewis do that a lot, right? Lay on his opponent's back.
Yeah, he knocked out Michael Grant like that.
Yeah. Klitschko was notorious for that shit. Like, if you go back and watch his fight with Povetkin, my God, one of the most awful fights I've ever seen in my life was that Povetkin fight. And he just was allowed to jump on the guy's back, rest all his weight on his neck, and just wipe out his energy. Like, it was just the most awful thing I've ever seen. And look, I'm going to read it here. You guys can look this up on the ABC. Go to abcboxing.com. That's the Association of Boxing Commission's rules, right? It says under fouls, right? Holding and deliberately maintaining the clinch, right? That means you're holding too much. And if you are clinching, referee's telling you to break, you're not breaking. That's deliberately keeping the clinch, right? If we scroll further down, it says here again, crouching below the opponent's belt. These are illegal tactics, guys. Yes, I didn't make this shit up. And I'm not trying to pick on certain fighters. That's just the fucking rules. I didn't make them. You know?
Now don't get it twisted. I mean, my guy Mike Tyson did the same shit. You know what I'm saying? Don't get it twisted. My guy Mike Tyson, he did do one thing. He did duck under, but he was being slick with it though. You know what I'm saying? He was ducking under, trying to, bobbing and weaving, but he ducked right under the dude's belt line and slipped the dude's punch. But hey, it's okay if he does it once or twice because that motherfucker is one of the most exciting fighters in the history of boxing. Probably the most, if you honestly, outside of Muhammad Ali. But that's not look with the thing with Andre Ward, what we saw against Chad Dawson, what we saw against this in the Super 6 tournament, what we saw against Kovalev, those are bully tactics. Those were bully tactics. He was actually there to actually rough a guy up and beat him up mentally. That's why he beat the shit out of Kovalev the second fight. The way I predicted, because I knew he was going to stop him with body shots. I predicted that. A total bullying of that guy, I predicted, by the way. But yeah, Chad Dawson, all them other guys, he mentally, physically exhausted them by working in the clinch, and that's what that clinch is for, and that's why it's to me, the clinch. What you're saying, right? What you brought out, G Funky. There's a difference between excessive holding and clinching. Clinching is a lost art. Clinch fighting in boxing is a lost art. That's a lost art. The only two guys in the last 30 years that I've seen that let me dial it back. The last 15 years, the last two guys I've seen that utilize it like that back in like old school fighters were Andre Ward, Bernard Hopkins. Guys said that they were boring. In certain cases, you can make that case, but when it comes to the tactic of clinch fighting, they were effective with it. A lot of guys, especially a lot of slick boxers, that we just got to, we're not the stereotype, a lot of slick boxers, all right, like some of the guys we see today, they utilize clinching as a way out instead of standing in the pocket and wanting
punching. Yes,
with the opponent. Yeah,
not stalling the action is the most important thing, and that's what the referee. That's why I was so glad I got Ray Corona to come on, because he said, "Look, if they're fighting on the inside, then it's not a hold or a clinch until I say it is." And again, I'll make this point: if we hear a referee say, "Hey, work out of that," right? Basically, what he's saying is, "Look, I see a free hand punch." Or then I'll break it up, But if you got a free hand, you can work on the inside. There's nothing wrong with that. Mayweather was good at that as well in his later years because he didn't move around as much like he did in the lower weight classes. So, yeah, he was able to do some inside fighting and clinching. One of my favorite fighters of all time was great in the clinch, and that's Julio Cesar Chavez. That dude was phenomenal on the inside in clinching and grappling with guys in there. You're absolutely right, boxing historian. It's a lost art, man. It really is.
Yeah, that's my thing. My rebuttal is, well, if you ever watch B-Ball or Bam Rodriguez, they can fight on the inside. To me, it's more about fighting on the inside. Like that,
Mhm.
the first I ever seen do it, and I was amazed by it, was James Toney. I said, man, he hits him everywhere, 8
Oh
places
man,
in one setting, so to speak.
Tony's a guy that doesn't get enough credit, man.
And you're
Doesn't.
conserving energy. So I understand the sitting on the inside and that stuff. So I'm okay with that, sometimes clinching as an effective tactic. Now that's what TBH said. It's a tactic, but it shouldn't be a skill. And that's where I get pissed off. Like, it's not a skill.
Yeah, when it becomes a tactic to where they're trying to stall the action, get the referee to break because I'm in an uncomfortable situation, right? That's when I have a problem with it. Or bigger guys like Klitschko and Lennox Lewis, right? When they're jumping on guys' backs and holding them with the headlocks, and like, to me, that's too much. It's too much at that point. If you look at the Tyson Lennox Lewis fight, now look, I'm not trying to say that this is the only reason Lennox won the fight, right? But that was a big part of Tyson becoming. I mean, you could just see it. His energy was just from round 1, round 2, round 3. I mean, it was like a power bar in a video game. It was like boop, 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 boop. And a lot of it was because he was being grappled and being leaned on by a much bigger man than Lennox Lewis. And that type of shit shouldn't be allowed in fights. I'm sorry, it shouldn't.
Oh, you're talking about like Tyson Fury and she's See, I'm
Yeah.
gonna say something about Tyson Fury. He only does that in this era because these guys don't know how to fucking fight. I'm just gonna call it what it is. If he fought in any other era doing that dumbass shit, I'm gonna lean on another heavyweight so he can hit me in the ribs and the liver and the arteries, he'd get his ass fucking whooped. Like, he does that shit with Joe Frazier or Mike Tyson or any one of them motherfucking short motherfuckers. They're gonna look at him as raw fucking meat, man.
Yeah, and the only reason why I give Fury a pass is because he actually works in the clinch, right?
Yeah.
Let's give an example, right? The third fight with Deontay Wilder, the last 2 knockdowns were in the clinch. If you remember in round 10, right? He was holding Wilder's arms like this, right? And what did he do? He turned around and bam, hit him with a short hook. Wilder goes down. And then the same thing in the next round after that. They're wrestling around in the clinch. He's throwing these short little hooks. And because Wilder has no inside game, he had no idea what to do. And he's getting blasted with shots. See, I don't mind that. That's fine with me. As long as you're punching and doing damage to your opponent while you're in there, that's fine. But when you're just leaning on guys and trying to zap their power and stalling the action, and a guy like Klitschko, who, let's just be quite honest, the motherfucker was scared to get hit on the chin because he was chinny. We all know that. So he wrapped up a lot of these guys and zapped their power that way, stalled the action. And it was just an awful era to watch in heavyweight boxing, in my opinion. I'm sorry. I just was never a fan of the guy.
Nah, I feel it. I feel it.
Yeah. Hey, Puro, man, if you want to jump on, man, go ahead. There's a link I put in the chat.
But that's what separates the skill guys, right? Is that you can do it all. Like the best boxer in the world should be able to do it all. He should be able to fight from the outside. He should be able to control with the jab. He should be able to fight on the inside. And if he has to, he should be able to tie a guy up, right? He should be able to do it all. That's my idea of the number 1 pound for pound guy.
Yeah, and in situations like if a guy gets rocked, right? Yes, you're going to want to try to stall and hold the action because you're trying to recover, and the referees understand that. They see the guy's hurt, so they know what he's doing, right? So they give them that slack, to try to survive. But if it comes to the point where it's just completely stalling the action, something's got to happen, man. I just, Puerto Rican Rome, what's going on, bro? I'm just not a fan of that stalling the action type holding that goes on with a lot of these fighters, man.
It's boring.
It is.
It's
awful to watch. It's awful to watch.
Look, but here's the thing though, G Funky. When you watch the fights from the 1920s, 30s, 40s, and 50s and whatnot, when guys clinch up, what do you see them do? You see them throw punches.
Yeah, punches on the inside, yeah.
On the inside. That's entertaining. They actually willing to stand their ground and fight. It seemed like modern day fighters, modern day boxers for that matter, when they clinch, it's a way out of the fight. Back then, it was a way into the fight, and even a more grueling fight when it happened.
Yep.
Notice the difference in eras and in difference in mentality of fighter. You know,
And that's what
Yeah.
I said earlier. Mentality. Some fighters' mentality is to close the show. That's their mentality. Even if they feel they're ahead on the scorecards, they're going to close the show, or at least attempt to. They're not going to coast. And that
Yeah.
was from words of a Hall of Fame fighter.
We've seen a lot of times where guys, it appears they're winning the fight, and they just kind of coast, and then look what happens at the end of the fight.
Well,
You know?
and that's one of the things I'm gonna get crucified again for. I've had picked Zurdo, but it just because Bivol had always a tendency to coast, and I felt he coasted against Canelo. And then I watched against Zurdo, and I felt he didn't coast. I felt he actually turned it up. He started turning up, as the fight went on.
Yeah, I agree. What's going on, Puro? How you doing, bro?
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Happy Thanksgiving.
Salute,
Yeah,
Puro.
man.
Yo.
We're just here chilling, bro.
Cool.
Yeah, if you want to
Yeah.
chime in on the topic, brother, the floor is yours.
Oh shit, man. Yeah, I heard you guys were talking about clinching and shit. Yeah, I think clinching is due to the lack of experience these trainers have. You see a lot of uncles. You see a lot of like just like kind of like a boxing aficionados, like training fighters. That I just don't think they have the knowledge on teaching proper defense. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them use the clinching as like their main how do I put it? Like as their main they use the clinching as like a form of defense. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
And it could get the fight pretty stale, pretty boring, and I think a lot of people forget, like, yeah, it's boxing, but you're getting paid to entertain. People want to pay to be entertained. There's a sector, that loves the pure boxer, but most casual boxing fans, they want to be entertained. And the old school, like I remember I was watching, I was doing a rewatch of Pernell Whitaker versus I'm fucking El Maromero Paez, and that fight was like Pernell was like the epitome of like boxing, and like literally he would use his feet. He would act, but he had great trainers. Unfortunately now you got grandfathers, uncles, PE teachers, and that's how we're suffering. That's how we're suffering. That's why the boxers are suffering, not just us.
Hey,
Unfortunately,
that's a tremendous point, Puro. I didn't think about that. I really didn't. I just kind of assumed maybe it's because of the era I came from. Like when I was in gyms here in my town and training with my cousins and friends who were professionals and amateurs, like it was about a good 20, 22 years ago, And you're right. There's more father trainers. There's more, like you said, more relative trainers, not these guys who have that kind of experience and knowledge from the past. I say one of the guys who got some really good knowledge passed down to him is a Sugar Hill, from Emmanuel Stewart, who's from that old school era. But yeah, you're right, man. And I brought up the fact, and then I want to also bring up what Puerto Rican Rum said in the chat. Guys like Duran and Chavez from back in the day were fucking brilliant on the inside, and they knew how to work in the clinch and out of the clinch. You got a free hand, you bang away. If a guy's trying to hold you, whatever, they were great at grappling him off and wrestling him off, and then getting to work on the inside. Like, see, to me, that's boxing. When I see guys just wrapping up and holding just to stall the action and grabbing the guy's body or headlocking them, like that right there should not be allowed, in my opinion.
Yeah. And I mean, and it's against the rules, like when the clinching gets too excessive, the ref is supposed to, tell the fighter something, but I see that the referees are being like, I guess they're adapting to the clinching where they don't call it as much.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, again, I have to bring up the my interview with Ray Corona, but when I asked him about that, he's like, we're also trained to kind of do what's best for the fans. They pay money to come. They pay money to see a fight, right? They don't come to pay and see a disqualification, So it's kind of one of those weird lines that they have to step and use their own discretion as to where it's like, okay, at what point do I say, okay, look, I'm going to take a point. You continue to do it. Okay, another point. Then you're out of here. You know, it is a difficult decision. I'm not going to lie, but that I feel like if I was a referee, you know, and I keep bringing this up. We hear this often when guys are in the clinch and there's a free hand. Work. You hear the referee say that. Work out of that. You know, and if they don't work, then it's like, okay, now break the action. Let's do it. You know, let's get back to the center ring. Whatever. But I'm totally okay with guys clinching the hands and the arms as long as you are willing to bang away in there with the other hand. I'm good with that.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, unfortunately, fortunately, I just think it's a matter of other styles adapting to that style. I just think right now it's effective, but it's going to be effective till it's not. There eventually some coach is going to find a way to get to counteract the clinching.
Yeah, I agree. Renee's asking us a question. Do you guys think Spence versus Porter was a good example of inside fighting for this era? You know, I do think Shawn Porter was pretty good on the inside. I wouldn't say he was the best, but I like the way that he would shift around guys. You know, when he would get him on the ropes, we'd see him often shift to the side and boom, throw hooks. Like,
you know, but that's the thing.
Use your legs, pivot.
I always knew watching Sean. I always knew what I was getting with the Shawn Porter fight. That's the way I've always.
There's a lot of holding and clinching with him too.
You always, you know what you're gonna get. It's gonna be ugly. It's just gonna be an ugly fight. You just know what you're gonna get with Shawn Porter. You know what you're gonna get with Rigondeaux. You know what you're gonna get with Haney. Some fighters, you know what you're gonna get.
Mm-hmm.
And that's us as fans kind of knowing the sport. You know, some will condone it, but. You know, it's what's to say, different strokes for different folks.
That's the thing, man. Like, why can't people just say, you know what? I don't appreciate the holding, right? Because number one, it's illegal. Like Portal said, like all you gotta do is look up the rules. You'll see it under the Association of Boxing Commission rules. It says there under fouls, holding, you know, bending below your opponent's waist. That's fucking illegal. Like. Especially the bending below the waist is something that I don't hear a lot of people talk about enough. But what is your opponent supposed to do at that point? What is he supposed to hit? Because you can't punch a guy in the back. That's illegal, right?
These guys, you know,
all the time too.
It's the counter to Rock'em Sock'em Robots, if that makes sense. You know, I remember watching a lot of Telefatura fights, and I really didn't see a lot of skill. You know, no, it's just the honest approach, you know. Some guys are gonna come in and try to knock your head off. So that's why you learn to box, right? You kind of learn to keep your right hand tucked, feint, parry.
Find your correct distance. I think that's something that a lot of people, especially at like club level shows, you know, I've been watching a lot, and I've actually went to one live. I feel like it's a problem with a lot of guys, you know. You got to be able to find that right distance to get your shots off correctly. You know, a lot of guys, sometimes they'll smother their work. Sometimes they zap their own power by being out of position. Go ahead. And
the best to ever do it that I seen was Felix Trinidad. He just had a perfect understanding of, like you said, distance. I don't know. He just knew where to step with his right hand and whip with the hook. You know, and if he was inside, he bent at the knees to get enough torque.
Yep. You know what else he was really good at was control and framing his opponents on the inside. If you go back and watch the William Joppy fight, now he got warned for this, where he was using his elbow on the inside to kind of frame Joppy. So
Mayweather did that a lot.
So you can get a nice short hook in, or even push off with the shoulder to create that distance to hit opponents with a punch. Again, those are all crafty, good tactics on the inside. You know who does that really good today is Josh Taylor. He's fantastic on the inside with those kind of tactics.
Yeah, but that's a weakness too, because Tito's weakness was someone that can move and get him to reset his feet. You know, Oscar showed that, and then that's what Bernard had said when he ultimately beat Tito. He said, "I just knew I had to make him pick up his feet."
Yeah, he had to be planted in order to get that power. And again, that goes back to what I was saying about Montana Love. Like, if you don't have your feet on the ground, most likely you're not going to throw a hard punch, you know, unless you're in there with someone who can't take a good punch. You know, go ahead.
Well, here, excuse me. As far as welterweights are concerned, he's definitely one of the most skilled boxer punchers I've ever seen. Speaking of Tito Trinidad, but yeah, I mean that's one thing that gave him problems was guys that can that had the footwork to give him certain angles that he wasn't used to. You know, we saw that with Hopkins outclassed that man for 12 rounds, and De La Hoya did the same thing. Although De La Hoya was a little bit more fleet of foot than Hopkins, but you know, just even with that being said, you know, just you know, that was his issue. You know, when you see certain guys that you like fighting, for me, I like the unique style. I like guys that, I mean, I'm a puncher, so I love other punchers. Like if I see like a David Benavidez who has 25 wins by 22 knockouts, I like that. Williams Zepeda, Tank Davis, you know, guys like that. Jared Big Baby Anderson. I like guys like that. But I do like the unique style of fighter like Lomachenko, a guy that we really haven't seen before. Or
Usyk
definitely up there. You know, I like those unique type of fighters that have a different style that we're not used to seeing, or something that's unique to them. I'm not a big fan of guys that like to run, and I'm not a big fan of guys that throw punches, you know, throwing windmill punches in the air and you know, swinging that air and shit. And, you know, looking like they're about to trip over their feet. I don't like that shit.
Yeah, but that's what you get accused of. If you say, man, I want to be entertained, I want excitement, or you just don't understand boxing, you want Rock'em Sock'em Robots. It's like, wow, there's no middle ground. There's no, I can't like both. Like, well, why you got to be one or the other?
Yeah, exactly. Poro, you want to chime in, brother?
I mean, yeah. I was gonna say that earlier about some people be like, oh yeah, you don't know boxing, this and the other. I mean, the Rock'em Sock'em Robots. There's actually a technique to that too. You know, people just like to call it Rock'em Sock'em Robots. I actually got to hop off. Get back with my family, but I just wanted to say,
no problem.
Tito was also famous for the hitting you in the nuts when shit isn't going his way. You know, that was also something he was very, very famous for, but it was effective. Just ask Fernando Vargas.
Oh yes, sir. I love you, man. Hey, but I appreciate you jumping on. I know a lot of you guys are doing the holiday thing. Me personally, I don't do it, and Boxing Historian as well. So that's why we're here, just chilling, man. Cool. But I'm gonna be here for a little bit longer, man. So you know, feel free to jump back on, man. Come in the chat, you be like, hey, man, shoot the link, and we'll get you back on, brother. You know,
for sure. I'll come back right now. I'm just gonna go check in real quick.
Yeah, no problem, bro. We'll be here. Thanks for jumping on, though. Appreciate it. Man.
Thank you for having me, G Funkies. Peace, fellas.
Yes, sir. Anybody else that wants to jump on? There's a link in the chat. I'll put it again one more time. We're just, you know, this is really just some random boxing talk. Maybe we might go into some different topics. Frank, I don't know. Are you a pro wrestling fan or not?
Pro wrestling, I haven't been for a long time. I mean, I'm mostly Hulk Hogan, Ultimate Warrior, Randy Savage type of dude.
Yes, that was considered the golden era by a lot of wrestling fans, the 80s, early 90s. There's a show that's been on Vice. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's called
The Dark Side.
The Dark Side of the Ring is a good one too, but there's a new one called Tales from the Territories where it talks about how in like I'd say from the start of pro wrestling, from when it busted out from the circus era, it became territories, you know, where certain promoters had control over this many states, this many in this region, you know, and stuff like that. So it's a good series, man. I know my man Boxing Historian here is a big pro wrestling fan like myself. So, you know, I don't want to just start the conversation if you weren't very knowledgeable on it. But
I'm not knowledgeable at all. I don't.
My man Round One says the Junkyard Dog. Yeah, he was a fan favorite back in the 80s and late 70s. He was a major draw in the Mid-South territory too, back in those days. Famous stories. If you look at some of the shoot interviews online, they talked about he was famous for rolling cigarettes laced with cocaine.
Whoa, that's a grimy, right?
Yeah, and that's the thing with the territories is that they would go from like, let's just take, I don't know, the Mid-South territory he was at. That would cover parts of like Eastern Texas, parts of Oklahoma, New Orleans, Arkansas. So like they would have these weekly shows in these cities in these other states. So they would, the show's over, they drive to the next city and get to the motel and they'd party, and they'd have to stay awake while they're driving. So I had to take a few extra things to keep them awake. So
Yeah,
that's just part of the territory life,
that's how they got down.
Yeah.
They're like rock stars, aren't they? It's like a rock star lifestyle.
Yeah, especially back then because again, the action was more catered to the region, So that's how they really captivated the fans. And I mean, wrestling was booming at the time. It was a big business, what's funny is we're talking about the territories. Renee here says his favorites were Booker T, Goldberg, Stone Cold Steve Austin, The Rock, Cena, Brock Lesnar, and Ric Flair. Yeah, Ric Flair, of course, man, one of the greatest of all time.
Yeah, he's probably talking about the the Ruthless Aggression era.
Yeah. I wasn't really into that too much. Attitude era was the shit, man. That was the best. Hey, you got to hop off, Frank? No problem, brother.
Okay, yeah. Let me charge my phone.
Yeah. Like I said, we're gonna be here for a little bit, man.
Okay,
So,
I'm gonna be listening. I'm gonna try to hop back.
For sure, brother. For sure. No sweat, man. But yeah. So I guess we could talk a little wrestling now, Brian, since it's just you and I for right now.
Hey, real quick, got a question. Is it? I put money on Frank. It was that dude Jermaine Franklin to knock out.
Dylan White.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
I mean, I saw the numbers. I looked at the man's resume. You fucking dog. But I don't know. I mean, before we transition to pro wrestling, you think that was a good bet? I bet him, Prograis, and John Ryder to win tomorrow.
What were the odds for White's opponent? Because I haven't
seen.
Oh my,
bro, it was like negative. Wait, 1 second. I'll pull it up for you. So
it's probably like a big plus, right? Because he's an underdog. So
you playing with okay. Okay, let's see. Okay. So real quick, let me just check. So Dillian White versus I'm looking at Bovada. So let's see, boxing. Okay, so Jermaine.
I would imagine by knockout is probably some really good odds. And if you hit, woo, man, it's a big payday.
Hey, man. And look, Dillian White, look, he's a minus 1,400. And Jermaine Franklin is a plus 600. And mind you, he's 21-0 with 14 knockouts coming into this fight. Dillian White's coming off a knockout loss to Tyson Fury, but of course it's Tyson Fury. But I'm giving an uppercomer a chance because I don't like Dillian White. Ain't all that good, and
I've never been sold on White personally, but I'll say this: if you got some house money, fuck it, why not throw something on him? Why not? I would. Hey, if you hit, that's big though. But did you parlay those bets, or are they all single bets?
Yeah, I parlayed it. Zach Parker's a minus 260. Prograis minus 480 just to add some extra money on it. But Franklin is a plus 1,000 if he knocks him out.
That's $1,000 for 100 every 100 you put down. Wow, wow. And especially if you parlay it, if you hit all three, oh my god. And look, there's a chance because White is chinny. We see that he's chinny. So hey, good luck with that, man. I wish you nothing but the best on that,
For real.
Yeah, man. So real quickly, since it's just you and I, let's talk a little pro wrestling, man, because I really do enjoy the tales from the territories, listening to these guys talk about those days. Back in the 80s, man, when I was a kid, my dad was a big wrestling fan as well. And man, I still have a ton of his old VHS tapes of recording wrestling back in the day. Now, at the time, nationally, there was only 3 major promotions that were syndicated nationally at the time. There was WWF. There was actually, you know what? There's 4. AWA was another one. Jim Crockett Promotions was another, and for a short period of time, there was something called the Universal Wrestling Federation.
Yeah, UWF, right?
Yeah, which was formerly known as Mid-South, owned by Bill Watts at the time.
What about the NWA? Did that come in the late 70s?
That was in the mid 80s. That was a combination of territories. I believe they took Georgia Championship Wrestling, Mid-South, which was the UWF, Championship Wrestling from Florida, and then Mid-Atlantic, which was mostly Crockett owned at the time. He took over all those territories, and then it became what was known as the NWA in the late 80s, and then turned into WCW after Ted Turner bought it out, and he was in the wrestling business.
Yeah.
But yeah, the territories are cool, man, because again, they were able to build stars locally. Some of these guys were major draws, man, like Jerry the King Lawler in the Memphis territory. I mean, he was talking about weekly we were getting 10,000 fans to show up weekly to see our shows. That's tremendous numbers. 10,000 fans weekly, sometimes more. And then they had that big angle with Andy Kaufman in the early 80s, or where he had a big thing with him. So I almost feel like these promoters, since they want to play like territories almost, they really should take a fucking page out of the territories where they were ran, build these stars, and then occasionally they would mix them together. Like we would see the champion travel. Like I seen Ric Flair when he was the NWA champion fight over in World Class Championship against one of the Von Erichs, or travel to another territory in Portland and wrestle a guy like Roddy Piper or something like that. Like I feel like boxing would really benefit from something like that, but they're just too afraid to do business with each other, man. It really is stupid, in my opinion, man.
Yeah, I mean, well, the WWF, or WWE, I guess now, they're not, how should I say, they're not as willing to work with other promotions, but who knows with Triple H and Stephanie McMahon and whoever else is running it now, there may be a opportunity for that to happen down the line, with people that they're cool with, maybe the MLW. Yeah, MLW, where one of the guys from the Inoue family, Jacob Fatu's there. They might be able to work with them. They might be able to work with maybe NWA, maybe. But then again, who knows? It is what it is. But maybe New Japan Pro, because they're not really a direct direct competition with the WWE, excuse me. But I mean, it used to be back in the WCW days. Remember, they used to have Ultimate Drag. What's his name? Ultimo
Dragon. Yeah, a lot of those guys from Japan. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, great. Yeah, a lot of those guys, and it used to be. Then you had who was my guy from Mexico, man? What's old dude's name? Not Phantasmo. Who's old dude?
Which era are we talking about?
From the early 90s.
Ooh, okay. Let me think.
Damn,
early
man.
90s.
It is. I forget old dude's name, man.
And he worked in WCW, you said?
Yeah, he was with WCW.
Oh my God.
I know if I ask my guy, he probably know. But yeah, I mean, you had a lot of those guys that work with other promotions, though, right? So we saw these things before. Will it ever happen again as a universal thing with wrestling? Probably not, but I wouldn't give up hope just yet.
Yeah, we see AEW's working with Ring of Honor and the NWA. Even some Japanese wrestlers too are coming over and wrestling on their shows. Round One says, do you guys remember Shawn Michaels and Marty Jannetty were the Rockers? Yes, dude. Yeah. That, in my opinion, when they broke up in the WWF in the early 90s, that was one of the best heel turns of all time with Shawn Michaels, man. On the barbershop where he made it seem like, yeah, everything's good, man. Next thing you know, boom, super kick out of nowhere. And then he throws him through the window. It's like, oh my God. Like, I don't ever remember seeing anything like that on any WWF programming at the time. Nah, I was in shock, man. I was in shock to see that.
Nah, but you know what? I'm going to tell you something. Hulk Hogan pulling that move he did with the NWA, or NWO.
Great heel turn.
that nobody saw that coming.
Nope. And it was much needed, man. Really, at the time, like that whole Hulkamania brother and the red and the yellow, like it was just stale at that point, you know?
Yeah, brother.
Yeah, we needed something different out of him, man. I just love that interview that he cut, the promo he cut after he turned heel. He's like, "You fans can stick it, brother." You know?
Yeah.
That was great stuff. But another one of my favorite character switches, I would say. I wouldn't say he necessarily turned heel. I think he was still considered a babyface when his character changed, but he became a lot more popular, and his gimmick was fucking stale as fuck at the time too. Was Sting when he turned to the character of the Crow. Man, that was fantastic for his career, and dude didn't even wrestle for like a year. Remember, after the War Games with the NWO, he just kind of went missing, and he came back, and he said, I forgot what he said, something famous about the same old Stinger is gone or something like that.
Yeah.
And then next thing you know, for weeks and weeks and months, and it turned into almost a whole year, he's literally just hanging in the rafters with a bat, and occasionally it would swing down and hit people with the bat. But he was over like a motherfucker, and he didn't even have to cut any promos, wrestle, nothing. Like that was one of the best character switches of all time, if not the best, you know?
Oh man, I mean, it's if it's not the best, it's top 5 at the very. I mean, because look, let's just be honest. I mean, him and Ultimate Warrior very similar how they looked.
Yeah.
In terms of the face paint, all the other stuff. When he turned to that Crow gimmick, man, was everything you needed. And he was kind of like their counter to Undertaker in a sense when they did that. And it worked. And also too, he was like what was his nickname? One of his nickname was the Vigilante. What else?
Oh yeah, it was something else. Yeah.
You had to have a protagonist to the NWO who was taking over WCW at the time, and he was such a perfect he was such a perfect character for that little situation with that storyline, because it was him and a few other wrestlers against the whole New World Order in professional wrestling. You know what I'm saying? And it just worked and it clicked, you know what I'm saying? And he had the I think didn't he start a group called the Hawk's Nest or something like that?
Oh God, I don't know. I just remember that whole year he was just hanging out in the rafters, occasionally popping in and hitting guys with the bat, especially the NWO. And then he beat Hogan in an awful finish with Bret Hart being the enforcer.
Oh,
they really blew that finish at Starrcade. And that was one of the biggest pay-per-views in wrestling history, you know?
It was.
And again, the guy who was in the main event with Hogan, the guy wasn't even wrestling the whole year. Like, it was crazy how over he got with that character, you know? I feel like, they really fucked that up, man, at Starrcade with the finish. Because it was literally like, I remember watching it live in like Bret Hart saying, "No, that was a fast count." And I'm like, that count looked fucking normal to me. It looked like a clean finish to me, you know, like,
yeah.
But and they messed up Bret Hart too, man. They really used Bret Hart in a bad way over there in WCW. But hey, he got paid for going over there. You know, a lot of those guys did, you know.
Oh, they did. They got fat paychecks. See, here's a cold thing, right? I heard that they were some of them got 7 figures. Over here. And some of them were getting 6 figures, but some of the main guys like Goldberg, Bret Hart, Hulk Hogan, Kevin Nash, Scott Hall.
Yeah.
A lot of those top dudes, Booker T, they was getting some nice little paydays. Here's the problem though with the WCW. And I was a WWE guy, WWF fan at the time, but you know, I missed WCW so much. Because I would feel guilty, right, to sneak over and watch WCW Monday Night Nitro. I'd be like,
over
man,
Raw.
over Raw. But it's like, you know, there is, when you think back, especially because I became a fan in 1998 in pro wrestling. 1999, 2000, 2001. I do kind of miss that era, man, because when I think back, it's like, man, there was so many nostalgic moments.
Yeah.
You know, and Goldberg's run was incredible. Goldberg doing what he was able to do with only 4 moves. Like the promotion of Goldberg, the way they did over there, I don't think that you could ever pull something like that off because he worked that to perfection.
Not in today's era, because guys don't work like that today. Like don't get me wrong, they have their own style today. It's a lot of acrobatic moves and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But you really needed someone out there that knew what the fuck they were doing in the ring to work with a guy like Goldberg, because like you said, he only knew a couple of holds, couple of moves. He was so green. But yet he needed these opponents to make him look like $1 million every night. And they did. He was over like a son of a bitch, you know?
Hey, he got over just with 4 moves and Goldberg. Hey, I like this. I ain't gonna lie. I kind of like this run when he came into WWE that one year with when he went against against Evolution. Nala, god damn it. When he went against Evolution, you know, and it was just him, you know, it was all 4 of them versus him. I kind of like that. I ain't gonna lie. I kind of like that. He was you know, he was cool back then, but man, WCW had so many moments, man. And I just it's been so long since I can't remember everything, but you know, remember you had the Latino World Order,
yes,
the Wolfpack. Hey, you know, that shit was so funny because it's like, damn, man. Here's what WCW what they got wrong, right? They were hot from 96 to from 96
about 98
to 98. 1999 is when WWE started pulling away with the Stone Cold and The Rock. When that started happening, that's when they start pulling away.
Yeah.
And the problem with WCW when they got into 1999 was that they were utilizing similar storylines that they already were using. Stop it. Sit down. All right. But here's the thing though. Come here. Here's the thing though about them. There were too many goddamn interferences with the matches damn near every fucking night.
I know. Yeah.
Like, you can't do that every fucking night, bro. No.
It got annoying. It got stale real quickly, especially with the NWO, because you know damn well someone's going to run in at some point and do something, you know?
Right.
And yeah, it just got stale. That's why, like, the night that Goldberg won the belt from Hogan on that Nitro, which I think was dumb. They really should have put that on pay-per-view because they would have done tremendous numbers. But they were invested in the war, so they did it on a Monday night. Had a great crowd there in Georgia. But what I really liked was the fact that night Karl Malone was there, and they were promoting the tag team match with him and Diamond Dallas Page against Hogan and Rodman at Bash at the Beach. Kurt Hennig comes out of the back, right? Again, another great experience guy. Made Karl Malone look like $1 million because he went out there and put a weak ass diamond cutter on him, but he made it look good, you know. But I really enjoyed that because I was thinking like, oh boy, here comes the interference, and then Hogan's gonna keep the title, and then DDP and Karl Malone come out, and then they put a stop to it, and then finally we had a new champion. I feel like that was cool, but I really feel like they missed a big opportunity, man, when they could have put that fight on pay-per-view. But I guess they were happy with Rodman and Malone being the main event at Bash at the Beach, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know how well that pay-per-view did, but I know for a fact that if it was Goldberg versus Hogan, like, it would have been huge, you know?
Oh, it would have been, you know, and you know, especially when they had that title chance. I mean, that they should have probably put that on pay-per-view because they were killing it as in, you know, in the pay-per-view department back then. And for them to have that happen, I mean, you know, of course they did the Goldberg versus Paul, what was it, the Giant at the time?
Yeah.
Another big one. Especially when I didn't know how the fuck he licked that motherfucker. He held him for a couple seconds, man. That's prime Big Show too. 550 pounds doing kick-ups and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And he also was doing he also was pretty damn athletic for his size, man.
He sure was. Yeah.
He was going up top rope and shit, man, in WCW days, man. So,
dude, yeah, you know, I seen an interview with Paul White, aka the Big Show, aka the Giant, where they asked him who did you feel the most comfortable with picking you up and slamming and things like that. And he said they asked him, was it Brock Lesnar, was it Goldberg, or was it John Cena? And to my surprise, he said, "Hey, I felt the most comfortable with Cena." He goes, "That dude would pick you up." He goes, "He would pick me up with ease. Like the other guys, not so much." I was like, "Wow!" I was a little shocked at that because
really,
I was thinking he was going to say Goldberg because, like you said, when he jacked, remember we put him in the jackhammer?
Yeah.
I mean, he had him up there for a few seconds and then boom, you know. I was like, "Whoa, shit," you know.
Yeah.
But we know when you're wrestling, it's a team thing.
Yeah.
They're not literally just picking you up against your will, you know, like they're working together to do it, but it still takes a ton of strength to get a man up that size.
I think when you do a vertical suplex versus keeping someone on your back, because certain guys can deadlift or how should I say do curls with the bar, and not curls but squats with the bar with 500 pounds a couple times. When you do a vertical suplex and you reverse to a jackhammer, that's a little bit more, that's more difficult to me.
Yeah, that's tough.
You know,
that's tough, man.
Now, don't get it twisted. Brock Lesnar, he was suplexing the Big Show, and he was doing belly-to-belly suplexes with broken ribs against Big Show. So that was impressive as well. Don't get it twisted. But
yeah, for sure, man. Boy, I love talking this pro wrestling stuff, man. And the Tales from the Territories sitcom, series. Guys, if you're a wrestling fan and you haven't seen it, check it out. And especially if you're from my era, and I'm a little bit older than the historian. So I do remember seeing a lot of those territories and a lot of those wrestlers back then. There was a show in the 80s called Pro Wrestling This Week that was hosted by Gordon Soley was one of them. Every now and then it was Bill Apter, who was the editor of Pro Wrestling Illustrated. And then there was Joe Pedicino, who was also a host sometimes. And they covered the territories. Like at the time, I when I was a little kid, I thought there was only WWF and NWA. That was it. Because those were the only two that were like syndicated nationally and that we got here in my area. I did watch a little bit of the UWF in the 80s as well, but not for long because they went under pretty quickly once they went national. But that's the cool part about it is I remember a lot of those territories, and then now I get to hear more stories from the territories and the guys that work there. So it just brings back a lot of good memories, man, when I was a little kid watching wrestling. And my wife gets mad at me because I watch it, but I tell her, hey, it takes me back to a good time, you know, time of innocence, you know?
Oh, hey, no, for real. I mean, you know, I mean, I see back in the day, I remember, I think when I found out that wrestling was fake, as far as the storylines and that it's just a soap opera, I ain't gonna lie, and motherfuckers like, I remember was in the second grade, man, this ain't real, right? It's like, huh? My heart dropped, but you know what?
Yeah.
Around 2002, I had to accept that shit.
Yeah.
You know, I had to accept that shit, but I mean, goddamn, I mean, you know, back then though, especially as a 90s baby, man, wrestling was one of those things, man, that you grow up.
Man. It was shit. Dude, I remember WWF was so hot, 99. That's when SmackDown, they first started doing Thursday night SmackDown.
Yeah.
And it was on regular TV. So, I mean, they did tremendous ratings, but like, dude, my whole family would be sitting down in the living room. We'd be watching SmackDown together. And like, my mom and sister weren't really, they knew it because my dad and I would watch it, but like, they weren't really into it. But like, the storylines and the dramas, the angles were so good at the time. Like, they were getting hooked on it.
Yes.
You know? It was great, man.
No, remember Stone Cold and The Undertaker, that match in the mid-90s with the Ministry of Darkness and all that stuff?
Yeah.
They had the highest rating of 10 fucking points, over 10-point rating. So that basically you had like 10 million motherfuckers watching that.
Yeah.
At one point between 1999 and 2001, pro wrestling, in particular the WWF at the time, we're getting higher ratings than the NFL.
Monday Night Football. Yeah.
They got higher ratings than NFL. And if the Super Bowl was on around that time, it wasn't doing as much as the pro wrestling, man. Like, guys can look. Guys can talk shit now. Oh, wrestling. Why do you want, motherfucker? You was watching it back then. You was watching it back then. Get the fuck out of here.
Exactly.
Because
man.
it was that compelling, you know?
Yep. Yeah, my man Round One here in the chat says the Texas Tornado. Yes, I remember him. Kerry Von Erich was his name in the Territory World Class Championship Wrestling, which was stationed out of Dallas, Texas. They just did a Tales from the Territory on that this Tuesday that just passed. Unfortunately, man, that family had a lot of bad luck, man. The brother David, who they said was the most talented and looked like he was going to be the NWA champion at some point, ended up passing away from some mysterious illness while he was over in Japan. And then the Texas Tornado, Kerry Von Erich himself, he committed suicide because he was getting busted with illegal drugs. He was facing prison time. And I think another one of the brothers as well was the same. So yeah, a lot of those guys, I think there's only one brother remaining out of the 5 that were wrestling back then. Very odd, very, very odd what went on with that family. But at a time, that was one of the hottest programs in the country out of Dallas, Texas, the World Class Championship, and a lot of big names came from that territory too, man. So, but yeah, when he got to the WWF, he was the Texas Tornado, and he did that turning punch, and that was his finish.
Yeah.
But in World Class, he did the Iron Claw. That was his dad's move, Fritz Von Erich, where he would get the guys and put the claw on the head, and then they were done. Like the old school wrestling moves and finishes, man, I think they're better, man. To be quite honest with you now, because
oh man,
guys are kicking out of finishes. I'm just not into that, man. I'm not.
No, listen, they did kick out of finishes, but not as frequent like they do nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna say this right. I remember that first Rock and Stone Cold. I remember watching it on pay-per-view with the family back in the day, right? When Stone Cold kicked out of the Rock Bottom, everybody was like, "What?
Whoa, yeah."
And then when Stone Cold hit the Stone Cold Stunner on Rock, albeit the referee was out, referee comes in, does 1, 2, and this motherfucker kicked out. Everybody was, "What the fuck?"
Yeah.
That's how, bro.
It was rare.
It was rare, and when those finishing moves happen, usually the match is over. Look, the Tombstone Pile Driver, you don't kick out of that shit.
Super kicks is like a regular thing nowadays. That was a all-time finisher with Shawn Michaels, right.
To me in this era, that's bad writing. I don't know what, a finisher is there for a reason, unless it's a weak finisher and you're doing it against a guy that's a jobber, so to speak, just an opponent, so to speak. I can see that, but even with that, it's like you gotta have a little bit more compelling story about, and one thing that like Taker or Stone Cold talks about in today's wrestling, they don't tell the story in the ring right. They just don't. And
the psychology's gone too in today's wrestling.
Right.
Yep. And I what bothers me too is I don't know if he's involved in any of the writing, but a guy like Jake the Snake, who was great at psychology and storytelling in the ring, he's involved with AEW. I don't know if they're getting his input or what, but
I'm gonna tell you what it is, because some guys that I friends with, right? We watch, of course, Jim Cornette. We watch all these guys watch in wrestling, right? And actually, one of my friends, he used to be what's the now in rebuilding stage? What's that company?
Is it the Ring of Honor?
Ring of Honor. He, you know, because he did some matches with Matt Hardy and some other guys that are in the WWE now. He talked, you know, we always discuss and whatnot and talk about wrestling. We always sit up here and say what it is, and what's being said is that these young guys in AEW, they're not listening to the old veterans like Jake the Snake, Taz. I'm trying to think who else. And that's the reason why guys like Cody Rhodes and his guys left. You know what I'm saying? Because those guys don't know how to fucking work a match. Look, and let me just, you know, if you let me get on a tangent with that, because I mean, I love pro wrestling. If it's not, look, as far as the women's concerned, that women's division is trash. I mean, look, I'm not.
Yeah.
Look, Nyla Rose, I'm not even going to talk about that abomination. But we take that shit away. Let's deal with the women, right? And salute to Haplo. But here's my thing though, right? If it ain't Britt Baker, if it ain't the best woman there, Thunder Rosa, in my opinion. What's the one girl from AEW, NWA?
Is Britt Baker? Britt Baker is a good one too. I think she's a good
Britt
wrestler.
Who is the one that was with the Straight Edge Society? She used to work with Punk.
Oh man,
her name's not Allison Kay. What's her name? I forget her name, but yeah, she works there. She's good, and a few others. But if it's not those, it's not the three or four main women. Their division is full of green motherfuckers.
It sure is, man. It sure is. What up, D? What's up, bro?
Hey, just got home a little bit ago, but it's fucking cold outside over here. Holy shit! Damn.
And we're just talking about some random stuff, bro. We kind of got on some pro wrestling.
Yeah, I was hearing some of the wrestling stuff. Look, man. Oh, where do I even start with wrestling? You know what? You want to know my biggest problem with wrestling? One, there's like when I people, and when I say story, I'm not talking about storylines. I'm not talking about that. But like when I watch a match, they don't tell a story anymore. Like they just don't. They're just doing moves. Even the fans don't understand the concept of a story. Like they want to see like 4 or 5 false finishes, and if a match ends with a roll up, you're just how could you possibly end it with a roll up? Like, bro, one of the best matches I've ever seen ended with a roll up, and that was a British Bulldog and Bret Hart. But you didn't know when it finished. Like it caught you by surprise. That's the whole point.
Right. Remember when he had Piper at WrestleMania and he did that move where he kicked off the turnbuckle and it was basically like a roll up and he beat him? Like, yeah.
You know how many times I've seen, like, whether it's AEW or like I've seen them, like, and I'm like, oh, that's a perfect spot to end the match, but they don't end it because you have to finish it after hitting your finisher 4 or 5 times. So you know what I mean? Like it's fucking stupid, bro. So nobody respects the finishers anymore. And then like who gets more caught up with the imagination of wrestling? Kids. Right?
Yeah.
When I was a kid, I thought the DDT was like the deadliest shit ever with Jake the Snake. You know what I mean?
You ain't getting
like, holy shit, get hit with DDT. It's a wrap, bro. You know what I mean? Like, but kids still, they don't feel that anymore. Nope. Like us as adults, we know, right? It's all the work, but like, and even kids do to a certain degree. But they have the suspension of disbelief is easier with them, right, than it is with us. Like they still like.
To this day is like you mentioned Jake Roberts DDT. Like he would signal, like you knew, okay, he's coming with the DDT. Like Shawn Michaels would stomp his feet down for the sweet chin music, and other guys had their thing, you know. They don't play on the fans' imagination. That's 100% true, man.
They don't, bro. And then like they have guys kick out. Like I remember, like kicking out of a finisher was saved like for a big moment, and it was saved for when people didn't see it coming, because that's what made it like, oh shit, he kicked out, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's hard to go back and look at some of the matches where it did make sense, right? Because they did it, but now they do it all the time now, so it's so watered down.
Yep.
And it's just like I'm watching a wrestling match, right? I can't you can't get into it because oh, it's not gonna. It's like a basketball game. It's not gonna matter to the very end. Like, you know what I mean? Anyway, everything that's happening just doesn't matter. And then 9 out of 10 times, the guy dominated. If the heel's dominating most of the match, 9 out of 10 times, he's gonna lose.
Yeah, he's gonna lose. Yeah,
Yeah,
crazy.
and it's like, why do you have to make it so obvious? Yeah, once in a while there's a swerve or whatever, but the whole thing's stupid, bro. Like, I remember, like, Steven, like, I remember one of the last Raws I ever saw was years ago, and they were doing those stupid 6 like pack challenges or whatever. But there was a vacant belt. I think Finn Balor ended up beating Roman Reigns that night. Okay, but for the inaugural like championship, the Universal Championship, the first match, right? There was a 3-way match with Roman Reigns, Jericho, and I forget who else. It was 3. So there's 3 fuckers in there, right? Triple threat match. Jericho hits him with a code breaker. Grant, there's another dude there to break up the count if you need to break up the count.
Yeah.
They had Roman Reigns kick out. I'm like, well, it's a pointless time to make a dude kick out of a finisher, bro. When you could just have the other dude break up the count. They don't protect the finishers anymore. Nope. Let me tell you something, bro. Like, if anyone kicked out at 1 of or an early 2 of like, let's say the elbow drop from the Macho Man, there was going to be a fight backstage.
Yep.
You know, he's like, no egg, and then they want and if they wanted someone to kick out in a tag match to the elbow drop, he was like, no, bro, I'm not going to give away a kick out. You know, in a tag match, and somebody could break up the count or somebody could distract the ref.
Yeah. The only guy I remember kicking out of an elbow drop was Hulk Hogan. And that was at WrestleMania 5, where, of course, he went over and got the belt back. But that was a shocker, too. I thought it was over. I remember watching that live at home, and, like, he's up, and I'm thinking, hey, if Hogan don't move, it's over. And he comes down, boom.
And it's lazy. It's like, I remember AJ Styles and Brock Lesnar. They did have a great match a couple years ago, and it was a really good match. And the fans, instead of just enjoying the match for what it is, they were on social media complaining that it only took Lesnar 1 F5 to beat him. Right? And I'm thinking to myself,
oh my God.
Well, why are you wanting so many false finishes of these finishers for? Like, why is that necessary for you to acknowledge that because they actually did a good job with that match, right?
Mm-hmm.
And did I say Finn Balor?
I think you did, yeah.
Yeah, I mean AJ Styles, but nonetheless, AJ Styles and Lesnar, they had a good match, and he ended it with 1 F5, right? But that was enough. You know why? Because throughout the match, he was countering the F5. So the story was he can't get him on the fucking F5. So they did a good job telling
it was over. Yeah.
Yes, like that's what made it intriguing. Like, so why do all that just so he could kick out of the F5 anyway?
Hey, this dude didn't Roman Reigns, he kicked out the F5 5 times in that match.
Bro, like I remember, like I was so disappointed when I heard, and I don't even know who the dude is. Maybe you guys know, but like CM Punk's run in AEW was so disappointing. Like it was, and then I'm reading reports that he kicked out of a dude's finisher like 4 or 5 times.
Yes, he did.
And I'm thinking to myself, why are you doing that? Just how about you win, but don't let him hit you with the finisher. Show why you're a smart wrestler and he couldn't get you with the finisher. Isn't that the whole point?
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't get it. Like if someone has a devastating finisher, okay, beat him, but don't kick out of the finisher multiple times. If he's going to lose, at least leave him that finisher. At least leave the story. But if he caught him with it, he would have won. Like at least, you know, because at that point, you're basically telling people this guy can't beat CM Punk no matter what.
Yep. Terrible storytelling, man, in today's wrestling, and the finishers, and not only the finishers, but like moves that used to be finishers aren't shit these days. Like when I watch the Young Bucks, right? They have a tag match. I mean, I can count maybe 10 times they do a super kick on a guy. Like that was one of the best finishers ever. Now it's like a regular thing.
So you know? It's so overused. Like I don't even know why guys use it because everyone is doing it.
Yep, and then they're constantly slapping their leg to make the sound and like it's
I am so like it was innovative when Shawn Michaels was doing it because he was the only guy doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, because then because it goes back to the storytelling aspect, like you was talking about. D-Style is it's about telling a story in the ring, in that he has heart. That's the main thing that we knew about Shawn Michaels. That's why they call him the Heartbreak Kid. So,
and then they don't protect like. There's so many ways you can protect the finisher, right? I already mentioned some. If it's a tag match, there's no reason for anybody to kick out. There's other ways for the ref not to finish the count, right? That's number one. Same with triple threat matches. The same with all that stuff, right? But like, I remember like usually back in the day when someone was going to kick out of a finisher, they would hit the finisher, but they would sell it. They were like so exhausted. It would take them forever to do the cover. And then the commentators would protect the finisher by saying, man, it took them too long to do the cover. Like, or something like that, right?
Yeah.
They don't do that anymore. And to me, not protecting a finisher is like stupid, because it has ruined the experience of watching a wrestling match. Because now it's just like kind of like, okay, they're gonna do this, they're gonna do that. They're gonna kick out a couple times, and okay, once he kicks out 2 or 3 times with the finisher, then we don't know. But it's gonna be with a finisher though. Like, no one takes a roll up serious. It's not gonna end by a roll up. No one takes anything serious, because they're scared that the marks are going to criticize them for ending the match that way. Okay, these marks would criticize like a lot of classic matches, like they would.
Yep.
Simply because of their quote unquote expectations.
They would hate a match. And this is one of my favorite matches, and I think one of the best matches of all time would be from WrestleMania 3, Macho Man Savage versus Ricky Steamboat for the Intercontinental title. Like, they were doing roll up after roll up, pin after pin. And yeah, it was, they would be like, oh, this is terrible, but like, Jesus Christ, that's one of the best matches ever, man. They would, like, you're right, D-Style, they would definitely criticize.
And then like
that.
Look, if your leg hurts, like someone shot you in the leg 1 minute, you can't be running around in the ring like all of a sudden. like it just it doesn't make sense, bro. Yeah. No. And then like a dude will be working an arm, and it's like pointless. They're just doing it to do it. Like, okay, why is he working the arm? Is he trying to injure the arm? Does he use that arm to do his finisher? Does he, like, you know what I mean? Like, I remember like Bret Hart, when he would have matches, if it was fighting a tall dude, he would be working the leg. He would be working when he would bring him down. Like, he would work in and then Jim Ross or whoever's commentating, oh yeah, he's making sure that when he's vertical, he doesn't have the advantage no more. Like, there was strategy. There's no strategy. That's what I'm looking for. There's no strategy when it comes to these matches. I've just seen dudes hopping around and doing flips, and it's great and all, but at some point, can you at least wrestle as if it was real? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree.
You know what? Like, Taker was talking about this 2 years ago, and a lot of these young wrestlers were getting mad at him about this. It's like, look, man, you guys don't tell a story. But what you guys like to do in today's time, which I get irritated, because when I started rewatching wrestling back in 2019, and mind you, it's been like an 8-year hiatus for me. All you see is spot after spot after spot after spot, especially a high flying nosedive spot or some crazy spot that doesn't. It's like you didn't see all of you only saw.
It's a spot fest, which waters down the spots.
Right. It's like, yeah, the spots used to be at a particular time on point back in the day.
Right. It's like when you do a wrestling match, right? It's no different than when you watch like a movie. Like, they're supposed to be the star, you tell the story, and you're supposed to be working towards the climax and then the ending. Like that's how you're supposed to do it. Like, this is just like, and that's what people gravitate towards it. And if people don't know what's going on, then like, people should be able to watch a wrestling match and say, oh, he's trying to do this. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I see what he's doing there. He's doing this because of that, or whatever it is, right? They don't tell a story like that. There's no like rhyme or reason. Like, here's a good example, and this is one of my biggest criticisms of Triple H. Look, Triple H, he's very he doesn't wrestle anymore, but when he wrestled, look, he was a clean wrestler. He, like, his spots look good, like just like Randy Orton. Like, he's clean. He's whatever, right? But they do a storyline where Randy Orton handcuffed his wife, kissed her while she was passed out, right in front of him. He's angry. He's threatening this dude's life, saying, oh, when I get my hands on you on WrestleMania, I'm going to... Okay. So he just walks out to the ring, does his normal entrance while the dude's right there, and he waits for the announcer to announce them, and then they and then they lock up. I'm thinking to myself, nah, you should have came out like a bat out of hell. And
yes.
just ring the fucking bell, motherfucker.
Dude, they did that one time, a spot like that in a Royal Rumble, 92, which is one of my favorite Royal Rumbles, by the way, if not the best. But there was a story between Jake Roberts and Savage, right?
Yeah.
And what happened was he had his Cobra. Remember that? The Cobra bit Savage in the arm and injured him, and that was a big thing. So Savage comes out. He's Roberts enters the Rumble first, right? Or before Savage, I should say. So he's in there wrestling for about another 15 minutes, and then they're doing the countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The next guy comes out. Savage bolts through the curtain, runs, and then Jake Roberts slides right out of the ring because he knows he's coming right after him. Like they continued this shit in the Royal Rumble, and then he ended up eliminating him in a few minutes, but they kept the shit going, like you said, they just lock up, like, oh, we're here in the Rumble. Like, no, he's like, I'm coming after this motherfucker, like, I'd forget.
Let me give another example of Triple H where he fucked up. Him and Seth Rollins, they had a match at WrestleMania, and I remember like Triple H, because he's always been good at promos, really. So he cuts this promo about, man, you got one leg. You ain't going to beat me. And you know what? I'm not just going to beat you. I'm going to end your career. You're a one-legged man. Like he was like threatening him like a boss. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to, like a mafioso, I'm going to come after your leg. I'm going to end your fucking career. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Come WrestleMania, what is it? They lock up. And like 2 minutes in, he tries to roll up on Seth Rollins. Like, he's trying to beat him with a roll up when like you're supposed to, why aren't you working the leg?
Yeah.
Why aren't you trying to end the dude's career? And then that should have been the story. Like Triple H got so caught up trying to injure his leg that Seth Rollins caught him like unexpectedly in 1, 2, 3, and that's how the one-legged man won the match. But no, like he kicked out of the pedigree, and then he was still running around the ring like an idiot when supposedly he had a bad leg.
Damn.
Times the top rope.
Awful.
I'm like, well, what are you doing?
What's
going on over here, bro?
Man. Oh shit, this has been fun, man. I love talking wrestling. D-Style, before we go back to box, I want to ask you, have you been watching the Tales from the Territory series on Vice?
I seen one, the one with in Tennessee, like with Jerry the King Lawler and them.
Yeah, it's been good, man. I've been watching it.
I grew up in Texas, so the Von Erichs were big over here.
Yeah, they just did one. The last show they did was on World Class Championship Wrestling with the Von Erichs and them. They didn't really cover a whole lot of them because again,
dude, like
so much
a lot of girls
family.
in high school had crushes on Eric Von Erich, and like, you know what I mean, like
yeah, I could imagine.
Yeah, like that posters of them, shit, like back in the day, the territories, right, were just as big as the WWF. If anything, the kids were more into like it was more cartoonish, like the WWF, and the territory areas were taken more serious, right? But yeah.
They knew how to cater to the audience, that's for sure, man. And it was entertaining. They knew how to entertain the fans and give them what they want. But I want to switch back to boxing now for a minute. All right. That was fun. That was fun. Yeah. The brawl for all, right? Yeah. But I've been thinking about something lately, man. And I'm thinking I've changed my stance on a topic that I really drew a hard line on when it came to boxing. And I want to get your guys' opinion on this and anybody in the chat as well. By the way, there's a link in the chat. You guys know I don't normally do that, but if anybody wants to come on and join the conversation, they can. Open scoring, right, was a thing that I was like, no, absolutely not. It has no business in boxing, right? That was my stance a few years ago. But you know what? I've been thinking about it, man. I think it might benefit. I really do.
Yeah, here's my thoughts on open scoring. So I wouldn't mind open scoring if it wasn't, it's too late now, open scoring. Meaning, okay, do the open scoring after 8 rounds, but if like they already have the other dude up by so much and it's like too late to really, it's like, well, fuck. You know what I mean? Like it could actually ruin a fighter's chances even more. So if they're going to be open scoring, make it open score just like it's not a crazy idea, right? Like figure skating, when they do competitions after a round, or if you want to call it a round, everyone knows the score, right?
Yeah.
Like they don't go out and perform 4 or 5 times and no one knows what the score is. You know what I mean? Like it's not what they do. So like you're able to see, okay, oh shit, that guy got this score, he got that. So I'm gonna have to like, man, that trick's that it's gonna be tricky. I might fuck it up, but I need to do this trick on this one in order to get close. Well, whatever it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna do open scoring all the way. Meaning after round one, boom, put the scores up.
Yeah, they know, or at least, yeah, like I know a lot of fans, casuals that is, they're like, that's one of the problems I have with boxing is the scoring. You know, nobody knows what the score is. I go watch an NBA game, NFL, whatever, and they have the score up there. You know, what are your thoughts on open scoring, boxing historian?
I think it would help, and I would think it would put more urgency on these guys to perform because some guys fight to coast, and you know, it's only. My whole thing is, look, we know if somebody's getting their ass whooped, and that the fight. Look, it's like this. I think open scoring would have really benefit boxing because it would expose the stupidity in boxing. With the situation that happened with Jack Catterall and Josh Taylor, that would have helped expose a lot in boxing. You know, if they would have had open scorecards, especially with that, especially when we start seeing, okay, this guy, you're giving this guy so many rounds, but he just scored he scored a knockdown, and you got a point deducted in another round. How the hell does that work? Like, you know what I'm saying? It would help alleviate a lot of these judges and these crooked ass motherfuckers in the sport, man. Personally, so I think I'm in agreement with it.
Yeah, I was one of those guys where it was like, man, it could really hurt certain fighters because they have to fight a certain style that they don't normally have to. Let's just say a guy who's an outboxer, right? He's losing to the pressure fighter, but he feels like he's in the fight, it's competitive, but the judges, he knows now that the judges have him down big. You know, now he's gonna have to come outside of himself. Like that was one of my biggest complaints about it. But look, if there is open scoring and now you know how the fight's going, guess what? Go to plan B. You're going to have to become a more versatile and better fighter.
I just don't like the way they do it because I believe it's after like round 8 or some shit.
Yeah, they do. I think some places they do every 4 rounds, you know. Like,
even like every 4 rounds, it's like, man, 4 rounds is like a third of a fight. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like, I just think they should do it every round.
Me too. I agree.
Like every round, do it. Like, you know what I mean? And I know people are going to say, oh, but like, what is there to think about? Like, you already saw the round.
Yeah.
You should be watching that round, keeping track of the round. By the end of that round, you should kind of already know who won that round.
Yeah.
So like, if you're overthinking it, that means, to me, overthinking it means you're trying to find a reason to give it to the other guy. Whenever you're overthinking it. So like for me, if they do it, they have to do it, even if it's not every round, at least every other round. You know, after round 2, after round 4, after round 6. You know what I mean? At the very least, because I think, in my opinion, every 4 rounds is not enough. At that point, tell someone, hey, you got to make an adjustment, and 8 rounds already passed by. It's kind of like, okay, like it would have been nice to have known that I was not giving any round like after round 3. You know what I mean? It's a different dynamic at that point. But another thing, it's the way they do it now. It allows judges to front load, which I do believe it's a real thing. Even if they're subconsciously doing it, they're doing it. And that means you're giving one guy the benefit of the doubt, and your goal is to get to 7 rounds as soon as possible. Right.
And guys coast when they get there. You know, that's a problem too, you know?
Yeah. You know, like, now, granted, there will be situations where even if they're doing open scoring and a guy gets confirmation and like not only am I confident that I'm winning every round, now I know for a fact I'm winning every round, they're going to coast even more, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So there's going to be, it's a double-edged sword either way, but look, every sport on planet Earth, except boxing, it seems, has a scoreboard or people know what the standings are. Even other sports where there's judging, like figure skating and gymnastics or whatever, we know the scores immediately after the performance, right?
Yeah.
And it's put up on the board and we know what it is, you know? Diving, they do a dive, you know, I think sometimes they go several dives. they know they're keeping track after. They don't keep it secret for 12 dives and then at the end just reveal. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
Like they reveal it every time, so that there is precedent for there to be that there. You know what I mean? And I'm glad I never thought about this, but in things like that, like diving or figure skating, immediately they get the scores and they put it up on the scoreboard. Why can't boxing do that? Like people talk about these things like we can't do it. Well, why not?
Why not? Yeah. Why the hell not? It'll make a better fight.
What do you mean? Because like, you know what it is? A lot of boxing fans, we're like in a bubble, and we don't think outside the box. Like we don't like, we're just used to the way things are, and we just want them that way. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it's like, you know, other sports they score immediately and they put it up there for the world to see. You know,
There's
they don't
no
keep it
guessing.
secret till the end. Like imagine like if, and I don't even know like diving. I don't know how many dives they do. Let's say it's 5, but whatever it is, right? Imagine like if none of them knew the score until like the very end.
That would be weird.
Yeah, like oh, we
That
can't
would be
reveal.
weird.
You know what I mean? They're writing it down on a paper, and then we got to give it to the dude, and they got to add it up until the very end. Like what?
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I don't know.
I've changed my stance on it, man, because I was a hard no when it came to that. I was like, I don't like it. I think it's bullshit. But like the more and more that I talk to fans, casuals too, that's one of their main issues is that, you know, number one, they don't know the scoring criteria. That's one thing. But another thing is like, look, I've seen fights where I think they won. If they don't win, the guys get robbed too much, and then we don't know what the score is. And I see the score in all the other sports I watch, and I think it would make a much better fight. To be honest with you, man, the guy knows now. Okay, I've lost the first couple rounds here, first 3 rounds. I got to get going now. Like, there's no guesswork. There's no, and then we can't blame the trainers. Like, how often do we hear that fight fans saying, "Well, the trainer told him he was winning, and that was a mistake." Like. Well, now we don't have to worry about that because we know for a fact who's winning the fight, you know, and now they know what they got to do. So I'm for it now, man.
Yeah, like what Robert Garcia was telling Joshua, he's winning every round with Usyk.
No.
Maybe if there was open scoring, they'll just know. You know what I mean? Like, hey man, you're not winning this fight right now. And maybe he does something different, you know, and maybe him getting more aggressive leads to a knockout by Usyk or so. You never know. Like a lot of things could happen. You know what I mean? But hey, guys, I do got to get going.
For sure, man.
So peace out.
All right, man. Thanks for joining us, brother. Appreciate it. Yeah, I've definitely changed my stance on it, man, because too many times we see like a guy like, remember when Keith Thurman was a unified champion at 147? To me, he was a guy that if he felt like he had 7 rounds in the bag, he would just pack it in for the rest of the fight.
Man. And that pissed me off because he was how's your name Keith one time Thurman? and you coasting the fight. Like,
yeah.
Like, come on, man. And don't get it twisted. At the time, I was a big Keith Thurman fan. Please don't get it twisted. I was a big Keith Thurman fan. But with that being said, I was kind of disappointed, man. Like he should have how should I say, he should have did what he's supposed to do and knock his opponent out and shit. But of course, certain guys like the Colts, unfortunately. But here's my issue, right? With the judging in the way this crooked ass sport is, it would give people legitimacy, because don't get it twisted. I mean, the games in the NBA and the NFL, Major League Baseball, the World Cups, soccer, all that, a lot of those games are rigged as far as, you know, as far as the scoring and, you know, certain shenanigans that happen within the game. Not every player, but certain players, you know. But people go still watch that. With boxing, there's a couple rigged fights. Then you have certain fights that are not judged properly. In the problem with that, and what turns people off versus watching other sports that have certain shady shenanigans, but they still watch it, is because there's transparency as far as who's ahead, who's not ahead, who's winning the fight, who's not winning the fight, or who's winning the game, who's not winning the game. In boxing, it's not like that. it's in to me that big robbery that happened over there in Scotland it's been going on for a long time, but that was at least one of the more egregious ones that I've seen in a long time. So the lack of transparency is the problem with boxing right now.
Yeah.
You know, and it to me at this point, it's like you guys gotta do something, because you're losing viewership at a rapid pace, unfortunately.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that gets on my nerves too, man. When I talk with casuals, like one of the things that they say is like, "Oh man, I watched this fight. This guy clearly wins, and they gave it to the other guy. That's why I can't watch boxing," you know. But then, like you said, we can point out so many situations where in other sports we see that the shit is basically fucking rigged, you know. Guys getting awful calls, favoritism from the referees. I mean, especially in the NBA. Now we know that for a fact. Now, there's with Tim Donaghy came out a few years back. A lot of people try to brush it off as like, oh, he's just trying to get less time on his sentence, blah blah blah. But then they came out with a documentary and they talked to the guys who he was involved with, making that money. Yeah, to me, it's it's pretty obvious, man. And look, I'll just say this: over the past 3 years since I've came back to YouTube and I've been going strong covering boxing, it's really been the only sport I've been watching. At least for the past 2 years, I've only watched boxing exclusively. I just don't have time to watch the other ones, man. There's no way I could come on here, do shows, make predictions, and then watch the other sports and then spend time with my wife and kids. Like, it's impossible.
Hey, look, I feel you on that. I don't have wife and kids or anything, but between work, I mean, right now, you know, I'm working my way back into training because I've been sick / you know, dealing with a concuss for a couple of months. So I'm working my way getting back in there. But when I'm in there, work, training, family, and then
Tough.
You know, and then if I want to come on here, that's why it's hard for me to even really have the energy to do videos. Plus, I got a whole ministry to deal with, so it's like shit. I got so much shit on my hand. I can't. The only sports I can watch is, you know, fighting, pretty much, and I have to spread that out through a whole. You know, like I said, I haven't even watched boxing the last three weeks, and I have to spread that out through a certain time. So I know with your situation is even worse. Because you got to deal with kids and family and whatnot. So
yeah, man, it's tough. So, you know, recently, I'm from Sacramento. I'm a Kings fan, but like I said, I don't really follow the team anymore. I just can't. It's impossible, especially when they're playing the home games. The games here start at 7 p.m. and I got to be quite honest with you, man. By the time 8:30, like I'm tired. I'm ready to pass out, you know? So yeah, it's hard to watch them. But the last couple of games they played, they were over in the East. They played a game at 5 and another game at 4. So I was able to catch some of those games, and I am just not entertained by this new style of play in the NBA. All I see is guys doing, you know, running the LeBron James offense, running straight in, bulling a China shop, or shooting threes from damn near half court, like flopping all around. Like, I just can't get with it, man. I can't.
Oh
like,
my God.
It's terrible, man. It's terrible.
It's not basketball. That's what it is.
Yeah.
That's the problem. It's not fucking basketball. You know what I'm saying? I can't watch that shit. Like, I mean, and I used to, bro, if you told me in the 90s, like back in the 90s and the 2000s, that this is the NBA that we were going to see, guy that's 7 feet, 285 pounds, chucking up 28-foot shots, and that's going to be the norm in the league, I'd have laughed at your fucking face, man.
Mm-hmm.
But now that we're seeing this shit, it's like, okay, this shit is getting ridiculous. And the fact that people are on board and thinking that this is fun to watch, man, you know what?
It's terrible, man.
You want to watch that kind of basketball? That's fine. I'll go watch some old NBA tapes of some real basketball. You know?
No, I agree, man. Like, I made this point to a few friends of mine where I was like, look, I remember back in like the early 2000s when I was still a young man and wasn't married, no kids. I was able to go to the parks regularly, into the gyms and play indoors, you know? Mm-hmm. And there was always this one guy who would shoot threes from damn near half court, right? And he was actually pretty good at the shot. He might make one in the game, And like I remember the rule is always this: like if a motherfucker's gonna shoot from that far, like just let him shoot. Probably ain't gonna make it,
Yeah.
But guys practice the shit so much now that like they might make the shit like half the time, And like to me, like if some old guy who's like in his 50s with gray hair can jack up a shot from half court and make it sometimes in a pickup game, like now I'm seeing that in the NBA, like. That's just not fucking entertaining. I'm sorry. The reason why guys like Jordan were so popular is because the motherfucker could do shit that nobody else could do, or a select few could do. Right? Not everybody can just run and jump from the free throw line and dunk, or do the under around the backboard and layups and shit he was doing. Like, man, that's why that shit was entertaining. Dunking on guys 7 feet tall, like. It's terrible now, man. It's terrible.
And you know what? What's so sick, man? Like guys be like, "Oh, John Morant." No disrespect to none of these players.
Oh man, go ahead. Go ahead.
I mean,
I'm glad you brought him up though.
He ain't even all that. Look, he ain't all that. First off, I mean, if you look at their body type and the way they look, I mean, they don't look nowhere near as manly or as physically imposing as guys back in the day. But let's just take John Morant. Some guys that think, bro, give me the human highlight film any day of the fucking week. And he didn't chuck up no goddamn 3-pointers. He was nasty with it. He was nasty with it. All right. That motherfucker was fun to watch. Give me Sean Kemp over any one of these motherfuckers. Give me Sean Kemp over it. That motherfucker in his prime. We ain't seen someone like that before or since, and you can't tell me shit otherwise. That's more entertaining than, oh, I'm a power forward. I'm gonna shoot threes all day. Oh, I'm what's that 7'3" guy? This dude's chucking up 3-point. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Common sense tells your big ass to stay in the paint, get the ball, learn 2 or 3, maybe 4 moves in the post, and make close range shots that are more accurate, dumbass.
Right. It's silly, man. Like, oh, it's more skilled. I'm sorry, man.
No, it's not.
If I could see guys at the park making these deep ass threes on a regular basis, like, why don't I just watch this? Why do I have to watch the NBA? I can't go to the park and see a guy get slammed on, like you said, guys like Sean Kemp would do, or Dominic Wilkins. Like, you don't see that at the park. That's why they were putting asses in seats. That's why the ratings were through the roof back then. Like, and you brought up Morant. I watched the last 5 minutes of the third quarter and the whole fourth quarter of the game. The Kings just played them Tuesday night. Mm-hmm. We ended up winning that game. We were up about 5 minutes ago. And let me tell you, man, the refereeing was so bad in that. I mean, Morant, this dude's literally just rushing in, jumping into guys, jumping over their backs and everything, and they're blowing the whistle every time. He's so reckless, man. Like, I don't see what these guys see in him. And one of my friends is texting me like, man, this guy, he's going to be the future of the league. And I'm like, this guy? Like, for what? Like, hey, I'm sorry. With his style of play, I don't think he's going to be able to play a full, the way he normally does in about 3-4 seasons. He's going to be injured. The dude is so reckless,
But you know what? But here's the thing though, right? And this is the skill point about these players in the league, right? I'm gonna hit a few points. I remember it was back in 2020, or outside of 2019 to 2020, it was an NBA fucking agent, and he came on ESPN. He said the most valuable skill is, wait for it, the 3-point shot.
Ah, fuck.
Whenever you hear some shit like that, I was drinking some water. I'm like, this fool just say that shit. Nobody would have ever said that shit 20 years ago, 30, 40, 50 years ago. Yes, the 3-point shot used to be exciting back in the day. But here's the thing though. There was a there were different dispariting of talent and skill sets back then. Like not every player was the same.
Yes.
And not every team played the same. Some certain teams like to slow the game down, play half court. Other teams were fast break teams. Other teams were high 3-point shooting teams. You saw a lot of those teams like that in the 90s and in the 2000s. Okay, like the Orlando Magic, they were notoriously known for shooting threes when in the Shaq and Penny era when they had Dennis Scott,
Dennis Scott, yeah, Nick Anderson,
and they also had a couple other guys. They were notorious for 3-point shooting, but they had other different things they can do. You had a star point guard plus probably
dominant big man.
The best version of Shaq. I don't give a fuck with anybody. Orlando Magic Shaq was unstoppable.
Unbelievable, yeah.
So when you hear shit like that, and then when you hear Trey Simmons, right, who's supposed to be one of the best players in the league, say that I've never been defended, especially in this soft-ass era, in today's era, I've never been guarded like I've been guarded in the finals since high school.
Wow.
What the fuck does that say?
Wow.
What the fuck does that say about the professionals in the NBA?
I honestly, dude, like watching the last couple of games, and again, they weren't full games, but like
sequences.
I don't know if they changed the rules or what, but like I don't think there's a traveling violation anymore in the NBA. I don't think traveling exists anymore, man. Like it's crazy, you know.
G Funky, listen. Look, these rules didn't start out of nowhere, but I'm gonna tell you something. Okay, in the 80s, there was no flagrant fouls. In the 90s, there were flagrant fouls. They did create the hand check rule, but they never enforced it. That's why you saw guys like Derek Harper and certain other guys abuse that fucking technique to the fullest, especially in the 90s. 90s was very notorious for its defense.
Yes.
Especially with the New York Knicks and whatnot and the Miami Heat. But here's the thing, though. They started chipping away with the rules, and they added for the sake of Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley, because they would fucking back you down all the way from the 3-point line to the. It
was a 5-second rule. Yeah.
Yeah, they created the 5-second back to the basket rule, the 3 seconds in the keep, and it is simply to open up the game. Then in 05-06, because I remember this, 05-04 was so different, drastically different from 05-06, because 05-06 is when they started enforcing that hand check rule, and motherfuckers
hand check, yeah,
they were fucking going. I was looking at the high scores, and motherfuckers was getting the parade to the free throw line, and I was watching as a Sonics film like, what the fuck, man?
Right, I think there was 3 guys that were scoring, averaging over 30 points a game that year.
Yes. Yeah.
It was Kobe was averaging 35. Kobe was like 32. I think LeBron was at like 30. Like
30.
And then the next guy after that was at like 29. I think it was like Gilbert Arenas. I was like, what the fuck? Like, that's crazy.
You know what's funny? When they started enforcing those rules, that's when Steve Nash's game got better.
That too, yeah.
You know, and see, they were opening up the game for the perimeter players, and then a couple more years later, they started chipping away at other rules, and then in 05 or 2015, they started chipping away. Then they added the 0-step rule, where motherfuckers can literally take literally 4 steps. You can take 2 half steps after the first 2 steps. Any steps after 2 steps is a fucking travel. So now literally what you can do. You can literally travel in the NBA and get away with it. And now they created the Freedom of Movement Act in the NBA. There was a technique called bump the cutter that you learn in high school, before middle school, to bump the fucking cutter. Now you can't play physical in the NBA, mind you, the highest level in the professionals. You can't bump the fucking cutter while he's cutting off a screams or when he's cutting, otherwise it's a fucking foul. That's not basketball, man.
Yeah, it's not. Hyphy makes a good point here. He says the Pistons won in 04 based off holding teams to 84 points average. I don't think the NBA liked that at all. No, especially because they beat the fucking Lakers too that year in the finals. But yeah, this weird influence on basketball now is so bad. Like, I seen a highlight the other day on social media. I think it was on Twitter where somebody shared Dwight Howard is playing over in China now, I believe.
I saw that video.
Did you see that? Dude is like crossing guys over. He's like shooting threes. And I'm like, I remember this dude was one of the best defensive players in the league in the middle. And he had a nice post-up game too. I was like, now this dude's out here dribbling the ball. And like, dude, I'm like, wow, like this is awful, man. That there is no big men in the league no more. Like it's terrible, man. Like you said, everybody wants to play the same. Like, why? There was roles. Remember the role players? Like What the fuck happened to that? Like, this shit is gone.
Remember, yeah, the role players. Remember, back in the day with all them great teams, they had some guys would start over guys that can score 12 points right a game because of their defensive prowess. You would have a defensive specialist on your squad to guard the perimeter player, or if you had a big man that could score, but then you had a supplementary big man that maybe a center or power forward that would switch off to guard the other player's best offensive big man. You had those things back in the day. You had guys that they would call bangers, guys that would go play defense, rebound,
crash the boards, yeah,
but also play physical to give you that physical presence. Like I remember the Sonics had a player called Danny Fortson. That's what he was known for: offensive rebounding, playing physical. Big key of why that one of the few last season they had that 52 win seasons. But then you also had other players, and you still had that lingering around in the 2010s, early 2010s, before they really started changing the rules to what we see today, which is a 3-point shooting contest. You also had guys that were like I said, defensive stoppers, bangers, guys that they're there to have 5 or 6 fouls for a reason, to give that physical presence. You had a Rick Mahorn, you had a Charles Oakley back in the day. You had Jeff Foster or a Greg Ostertag. As much as I hate Greg Ostertag on the Utah Jazz, I ain't gonna lie, I miss those guys, man.
Yeah, because
those guys were actually big men. The guys I see today, these are some soft ass motherfuckers, bro. Look, this is my words, not yours or anybody else. A guy that's shooting 3-point shots. You had big men that shot threes like Sam Perkins, like Bill Laimbeer.
Yeah, every now and then, yeah.
But when you start seeing a lot of big men, 7'3" guys shooting threes, that's some faggot shit to me, bro.
Awful. Hyphy here says today it's common to have a 6'6" center when both teams are playing small ball. You know what? Back in the day, it was, every now and then there was a guy who was about 6'6", 6'8", something like that could play center because he was big, physical. Like one of the guys I remember from recent years was Chuck Hayes. I think he was about like 6'5", but he was big, physical, and he could bang with those bigger dudes, He was
a very good defensive low post defender too.
Yeah, he says bangers are PJ Brown, Dale Davis, Antonio Daniels, Horace Grant. Yeah, a lot of good names there, man. Look at Rodman was another guy who was undersized, but he was able to play a Shaquille O'Neal back in the days in the mid 90s.
He was locking up Shaq.
Yeah, and Alonzo Mourning. Remember all those times him and Alonzo Mourning would get into it? Oh,
yeah, him, Alonzo, Karl Malone. He used to. Oh man, I'm telling you, these players, if they were playing under those rules, 95% of these guys would not be playing in the league today. Back then, if they were playing under those rules, because then you would have to be more skilled. You'd have to utilize more IQ. You'd have to actually function within the actual offensive set. When I see that this shit is nothing but a hybrid of stagger screens mixed with clear outs. That's what I'm seeing today. There's no backdoor cuts. There's no triangle offense where you have 2 guys spread out. You have the three guys in the triangle where you have the post guy, the perimeter guy, and the facilitator. There's no structure within this. This is not basketball, bro.
Yep.
These coaches, I'm gonna say this, these coaches, like I think one of the worst things I ever saw was the shit with Golden State where they had the players coach the players. Remember that shit?
Yes. They will run a system,
That's mockery, man.
Yeah, that's one thing that a lot of these LeBron guys don't understand with Jordan. They're like, oh, well look, he doesn't average the assists or the rebounds like LeBron does. Well, look, if you look at his numbers prior to Phil Jackson becoming the coach, he was doing everything LeBron was and better. That's the funny thing. He sacrificed his individual numbers to win. Right? They ran an offense there. He didn't have the ball in his hands 24/7 like he did before, like LeBron James does today. there's a difference. You know, he's not trying to pad his stats. He was trying to win. You know, there's a difference.
And see, I'm gonna say this with this generation today, right? And even guys that saw the previous generations, where they get caught up in this fake hoopla, these stats. I think this generation are so big on numbers. I don't know if you noticed that, but I noticed that today's generation is so big on the hyperbole numbers and the hyperbole statistics and the hyperbole how should I say aesthetics. Oh, bigger, stronger, faster. Okay, these guys are bigger, stronger, faster, better, but they play less games than the guys did back in the day. These guys are talking about load management in a season, like
Terrible.
like how do you compare motherfuckers that played not only in the physical era, but played all 82 games, unless you tore your ACL or fucked your legs up, right? To the point. But even with all that being said, there were a few guys that shit was actually happening in the league, and guys saw that and saw, okay, these are legitimate injuries. They weren't talking about load management. Oh, we got to load the management for our players because we need them in the play. Motherfucker, you ain't going to be in the playoffs because your guy ain't playing no fucking games. What are you talking about?
Right. I mean, these guys today will talk shit about someone like a John Stockton, you know, but that dude played every fucking game. You know, like he rarely missed a game. You know, I have some numbers here. He played 1,500 games in his career. Total games he missed 22 fucking games, you know, and he made the playoffs 16 times in his career. And I believe he played 18 seasons. I want to say, maybe I'm not quite sure on that, but a guy like LeBron, who's already missed almost 150 games, or I think more than that in his career, and he's played less games than Stockton and played in more shortened seasons, like, and missed the playoffs. Like, but this is the guy that needs load management, right? Like, fuck out of here, man.
My guy Gary Payton, if I'm not mistaken, only missed 8 games in his 14-year career.
Yeah, these guys played. These guys fucking played every night. It didn't care if they were playing a team that wasn't any good. Like, let's just be honest. Like when the Grizzlies were in Vancouver, they weren't very good, you know. But Jordan played in those games, you know, like in the Raptors, early years in the Toronto Raptors. Like you would see highlights of him in those games. Like it's just not the same, man. These guys don't have the same kind of heart, man. They don't.
They don't, and they're not physically as built either, man. Like these guys look frail. I don't care if they weigh more. They look weaker. I mean, you can just tell. I don't get into the numbers. See, guys, that's why, like in today's time, you even see it with boxing. Well, we look at CompuBox numbers and all this other stuff. I don't look at numbers as much as because with Jordan, it wasn't about his fucking numbers. We already knew Kareem had the scoring title. We knew Karl Malone scored more points. We knew a couple other guys scored more points, but what made Jordan great, he put fear in the hearts of his opponents on the court because of his dominance on both ends of the court and his efficiency on both ends of the court. When he needed to, he can be a great rebounder. When he needed to, he can be a great passer. When he needed to, he was a dominant defensive player. When he needed to, he was the best closer we ever seen, the best player we ever seen, and he did it in an era, in the big man era. No other player and let's look at it from this standpoint. Even since then, even with this watered down era we've seen, he's still the only player to ever win without a dominant big man.
Yep.
I mean, you know, outside the Golden State Warriors, because they're part of this era, 3-point shooting era, but outside of him, he never had a dominant low post presence, and he dominated an era that had nothing but dominant low post presence. And even the next decade after that, in the 2000s, you still didn't see no perimeter player dominate the game and win titles without a low post presence. Kobe Bryant, okay, let me give you a hard fact, right? Especially with these Kobe Bryant fans, right? The reason why Kobe Bryant had all those titles with Shaq, mind you, is because Jordan ran Shaq out of the Eastern Conference when the Bulls were beating the Orlando Magic multiple times to the point where, as stacked as that team was, they had nothing on the damn Bulls. So Shaq had to leave the Eastern Conference to go to the West, where he had an actual chance with the Lakers.
Yeah.
So, like, I mean, he actually, Jordan is if you want to look at it from that standpoint, Jordan is the reason why Kobe had all those rings, because he ran out the most dominant big man at the time to his conference when right before he retired. So, hey, for you Kobe Bryant fans, give credit to Jordan for Kobe Bryant's success, because if it wasn't for Jordan, Kobe wouldn't be as successful. Think about that.
Yeah, that's a great point, man. Man, I love talking NBA too, because I was a big NBA fan at one point, man. But I'm not feeling the 3-point contest era that we're in now, this soft era where, again, I'm telling you, I'm watching the game, and look, I'm telling you, I was a hardcore NBA fan for many, many years.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly, I don't know for a fact, but to me, it looks like they changed a lot of rules. And one thing that I noticed guys doing, like a motherfucker, is traveling and it never gets called anymore. Like, I just don't know what on earth happened to why they don't call traveling anymore. It's a shame, man, because the game really, really does suck. If it was any good and entertaining to watch, I would actually make some time to watch it. But fortunately, it's not, man. For me, it's not good. It's not a good product at all, man. I'll ask you this, man. Let's get back to boxing.
Yeah.
So with the fallout between Crawford and Spence, now it's looking like Spence is most likely going to fight Thurman. We know Crawford's got a fight lined up with Evanescence. But recently, I believe it's the WBA had ordered Stantionis, who was the regular champion at 147, to fight Virgil Ortiz. Man, that's a fucking fantastic fight if they can make it happen. I feel like they should push for that, man, Golden Boy, because then he would be in position to fight Spence next. I hope it works out, man. I really do. Some of these fights that the WBC ordered, I know they're far from ever possibly happening, but my God, looking at the two styles, Stantionis and Virgil Ortiz, damn, that's a good fight, man.
Yeah, it is. Stantionis, Virgil Ortiz. Well, who do you got in that fight? Because I think Virgil can beat him, but Stantionis is you can't put that guy away with 1 or 2 punches, man.
No. And he's got a fucking good jab, man. A real good shotgun jab. It's fast. Yeah. That's going to give anybody problems, man. Now, I know people hear that and they're like, oh, man, like, what do you mean? Like, just because I say it could give him problems and he's going to beat him. But we all know that fighters with good jabs are usually really, really good fighters. Because a jab is one of the most important punches in boxing, Yes. I remember hearing this from the late, great Vernon Forrest back in the day when he beat Shane Mosley for the first time, because they fought twice. I just remember him saying after the fight, because they asked him, like, how did you beat this guy? Like, he seemed like he was unbeatable, He was like, all I did was use my jab. And he was like, young fighters out there, you in the gyms training right now, you're going to fight a guy with tremendous speed like this guy, use your jab. That's all you got to do. That's it, And he had a great jab too. Vernon Forrest, rest in peace. Unfortunate situation what happened with him. But he's one of those fighters that goes unmentioned a lot these days, man. But like, can you imagine a Vernon Forrest in today's welterweight division, bro? Oh my God. Like, I don't know who beats him, to be quite honest with you. I don't know who beats him. And that includes Terrence Crawford,
You know what? No, listen, I like Terrence Crawford, but the guys that he beat at welterweight, they're not in the same class as no damn Vernon Forrest. Don't get it.
No.
They're not in the same class as Tito Trinidad. They're not in the same class as De La Hoya. None of these motherfuckers that him and Errol Spencer fought, as good as some of Errol Spencer's opponents, like Sean Porter is like, he's decent. I'm looking at it from an all-time perspective. I rate him as a B level fighter. He's not A level. He's like a B- C+ level fighter in comparison to other guys. Dennis Ugas, same level of fighter. Danny Garcia is a C level at best at welterweight.
Especially at welterweight, yes.
at welterweight, he's C level. He's really not all that good. I'm just gonna be honest. I mean, he's decent, but he's decent overall, but he's not all that good from a retrospective. Yeah, I think he would beat I think he would beat both these guys. I think that especially Spence, because Spence really ain't all that I don't think he's all that durable, honestly. Especially not now.
Yeah, Spence. Look, I like Spence too, man, but I mean, these guys just haven't done enough for me to like say for sure, like, yeah, they could compete with that era. You know, that's been my gripe with guys like Jaime Munguia. Like, I don't know how good this guy is yet,
Well,
and that's a shame. 40 plus fights, and I still don't know how good you are. Like,
I mean, he has that many fights.
Yeah, he's got like 40, over 40 wins. Yeah,
because he doesn't have any amateur belts.
No amateur experience. Yeah,
yeah,
but
that's why.
At some point though, like this guy's got to get in there with somebody. He's 26, right? And we often talk about this, about how look, guys like Ray Leonard and Hearns, they're fighting in their early 20s. You know, at 26, Oscar was already fighting guys like Camacho, who was a cagey veteran. He was already fighting Chavez. He was already fighting Ike Corte. He was already fighting Obakar, Trinidad. Like this is when fucking fights need to start happening at this age, when they're in their mid 20s. Yeah, it's a shame, man. It really is a shame that it's not happening. And like, it's frustrating, man. But it's always one of those things where like, well, we gotta protect the investment, like I just it gives me a headache.
Gotta protect the investment. Yeah, fuck all that, man. This shit is okay. And guess what? You're about to go under very soon, Golden Girls. All right. I'm just gonna keep it a buck. Like he's trying to get up out of boxing, but how you ain't trying to fucking the reason why is because you ain't trying to put your guy up against anybody that's worth a damn. You know what I'm saying? And really, all these guys, man. And it's like, whether Jaime, look, I'm gonna just say this, he's part of it too, because if you have an issue with your opponent selection by your promoter, then you would go out and speak publicly about it to tell your promoter, give me the fights I fucking want. And obviously he has not done that. And that's what a lot of these guys have done. Like, Errol Spence, same fucking thing, man. And that's why, like, I look at it from this standpoint, like, get in the fucking ring and compete against the guys that you're supposed to compete against, so we can see who you are. Like, all this hype and all this other stuff, you got to meet the hype to legitimize the hype, if you will.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm at with it. I'm kind of just tired with these guys, man. Especially at that 160 division. It like there ain't no that division's full of one guy has a belt, Charlo, who has not fought since June of last year. What the fuck, man?
No plan on. There's no future plans in sight either.
So and this is the reason why people have issue with fucking boxing. How do you keep a fucking belt? How do you keep a belt being inactive for a year and a half, pretty much?
Right.
That makes no fucking sense, man. You're not a champion.
You got to defend that belt, man. I agree with you 100%. And look, the only unified champion at 160 pounds is a 40-plus-year-old Triple G. That's how awful the division is. And no disrespect to Triple G. I think he's a good fighter. But he shouldn't be the only guy that's putting his belt on the line against another champion. Like, that's why I'm telling you, it's time for these guys to step up, man. And with Johnny Beck and his whole statement, like, I don't want Munguia. He's nothing. Like, it's just the same old bullshit, man. Like always with these fake ass boogeymen. But I want to get back. I was talking about Bivol when I first started this live stream. He was talking about a possible fight with Beterbiev. I hope that fight gets made, because that is such a great fight, man. Such a great fight. I could see both guys winning multiple ways, Who would you slightly favor right now? I know that the fight's not official, but like right now, just thinking about it, who would you give the edge to in that fight?
For a Bivol and who?
Beterbiev?
Bivol and Beterbiev. I think I might have to give the edge to Beterbiev, but Bivol, I would say 60-40 Beterbiev, because Beterbiev has a jab to match. A real stiff one at that, and he has a great chin and he has knockout power. I think he has the heaviest hands in the sport, personally. Honestly, as good as a great of a boxer, and I think he might be the most pure boxer of all the boxer stylists. Speaking of Dmitry Bivol, I don't know if he's going to have to be able to stand in and actually get this man's respect. And I think he can, but can he stand up to that power? Because it's not going to be like fighting, someone who can't box like Gilberto Ramirez or Zerto Ramirez.
Right.
He can't box. No disrespect to the guy. He can't box worth a damn. Kovalev, fucking Beterbiev or Beterbiev. That's how you say it. He can actually box, and he can actually box pretty well, and he has a really good stiff jab. I think that Bivol could beat him on the scorecards. I don't think he can stop him though. And I think that if he doesn't get his power, if he doesn't respect that dude, get him to respect his power early, I think Beterbiev might walk him down eventually and corner him when he needs to. And I think those big shots are going to land and land to the body and to the head effectively, accumulatively. And I think he'll stop him probably around the 11th round, 10th or 11th round. Is going to be a competitive, close fight, but I think the power is going to get to him eventually.
That's a good breakdown, man. It's tough. It's a tough fight because Bivol, master at controlling range, and his footwork and balance is beautiful, man. Like, I mean, when you see it, like, he's never in a bad position, I mean, I shouldn't say never, but like 98% of the time, he's never in a position to where you can catch him slipping. He's always on point. The feet, like I said, they're always in perfect position to punch, get out of the way of punch, take a punch. He's in and out beautifully. And with Beterbiev, I think his skills are so underrated, so underrated. People think of him as just some banger that just comes forward. Nah, man, that dude can box, man. He's got his footwork is great as well because he's able to generate such great power with short punches, man. Little short 6-inch punches. I mean, he's right here and he's like, whoom, little punch, and he could fucking knock you out one of those shots, But that's again because his footwork is so good. Power punchers generate that power from the ground. You know that. You said you're a power puncher yourself. You got to have those feet down, planted, and he's really good at that, man. I could definitely see him backing Bivol up at times. I mean, shit, Canelo was able to do it, and the main problem that people were having was like, oh, well, Canelo's a lot smaller than him, The problem was he wasn't able to keep Bivol on the ropes, no. And that's part of cutting off the ring, which is one of the things I've been saying Canelo's been having issues with for a long time. People call me a hater for that. I don't give a shit. You just don't want to acknowledge the truth. But I think that Beterbiev is a guy who can keep him against the ropes and can apply that relentless pressure and make it tough, man. It's such an interesting fight, I hope to God it gets made, man, because that's a fight that boxing needs, man. Get the ultimate boxer against a guy with legit one punch power. It's great, man.
I think that fight should happen. It should happen. I think that it should happen probably at the very latest summertime. And here's the reason why the difference between Canelo and Bivol. Canelo doesn't have a jab. Canelo can box a little bit, but he doesn't have the type of jab like Beterbiev have.
Yeah.
He has the better head movement, of course. And the thing is, when he got Bivol on the ropes, it just didn't seem like those power punches that was effective in those smaller weight classes was effective in Bivol when some of those shots that got in. So it's like, okay, they didn't affect him like that. So maybe it's not. Then if it's not going to affect him like that, then Canelo really doesn't have a chance in this fight. With Beterbiev, he's not going to. I don't think he wants to be with his back against the ropes boxing like that against Beterbiev, because those shots are going to be much heavier, and they're going to come off a jab too. So
yeah, and Canelo was recently said in seen on an article on Boxing Scene where he said that as far as the rematch goes with Bivol, that he wasn't 100% going into that fight, and that he can't give anything more when he's talking about Bivol. Bivol can't do anything else, but he can. You know, I completely disagree with that statement from Canelo. I don't know what Canelo's going to do any different. I mean, what's he going to do? Box off the back foot? Like, I don't.
Man,
Like,
there's literally nothing he can do. I mean, a jab and good footwork has always been Canelo Alvarez's weak point, and the fact that someone that can move and he's not great at cutting out that ring, I just don't. I mean, he's gonna, if he goes up in there, he's just gonna take another L. He might as well chalk that. I don't. Maybe it's from a competitive standpoint. Oh, I did lose to this guy, but I know I could beat him. I don't know, man. I don't see it. I didn't see it when they first announced the fight. I was like, he's gonna get his ass whooped. You know,
you did say that right away, right out the gate. What's going on, Frank? Glad to have you
Yo.
back, man.
Yeah, man. You know, just love talking boxing.
Yeah. Well, so we're just talking about what Canelo had to say about Bivol.
Yeah, I've been listening.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on that, man? Do you think that he can make an adjustment to win that fight?
Canelo's my favorite fighter of all time, man. I gotta stick up for him. No, I'm just playing. Let me try to. You know what? Here's my thing with Canelo, man. As much as love or hate he gets, it's like, dude, what's gonna happen when he leaves?
Mm-hmm.
You know, because whether we like it or not, he's the face of boxing. He's driving the numbers. And if he leaves, I just can't really see boxing being as relevant. If you know,
how much time do you think he has left?
Maybe a year or two. I got kicked out of a room for saying that if he loses, he should retire. Like it's over. Like if he faces B-ball again, he loses. I just can't see him continuing his career. Not to the level. He's not.
You don't think that it's just possibly like a Styles make fights thing with Bivol? Because like I personally think that's what it is. Like Canelo, I know he started as a teenager and he's got a ton of fights already. You know, so I know I think he said himself he's got another 3-4 years of good fighting left in him. And I believe him. I think he's going to stick around for that amount of time. There's no need to protect the O anymore. He's already been defeated a couple times. So I think he'll be around for a little bit, but I just think in this particular case, I just think it's just a style thing, man. He's always had problems with guys that can box. You know, it is what it is.
Yeah, the B-ball's all wrong for him. I mean, just as far as my personal opinion, I believe B-ball. I don't have a pound for pound list, but if I did, he'd be number one. I think he's the best fighter on the planet right now.
You can make a case, yes.
And you know, he's B-ball's so close to greatness. I mean, he has the best shot to beat Beterbiev. If he beat Canelo in the rematch and Beterbiev, he's an all-time great.
Whoa, yeah.
I mean, but that path is laid out for Bivol. So that's why it's like Canelo, geez, that's just not a good fight.
And you know, Bivol is, you know, he's around, I think he's a little bit older than Canelo. I think he's like 33, something like that. So,
I thought he was 31. That's the last I've seen.
Something like that. Yeah.
I don't think he's older than Canelo.
Let me double check, but
he is older.
The reason I bring up his age is because I mean, if let's just say he can beat Beterbiev in a fight, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now they're like, okay, well, who's next? There's really nobody there. He's already beat Joe Smith, Anthony Yard. I don't think he's gonna beat Beterbiev. I'm just gonna be flat out honest with you. But I think it's a good fight. Okay, so yeah, he is 31. He's gonna be 32 next month. So basically 32. But if he can stick around for a few more years, he's gonna have some guys coming up from the lower weight classes. Yeah, those are fantastic fights too. If he becomes the champion,
Bivol is on the precipice of all-time great. I mean, like I said, the path is laid out there.
Yeah, and again, guys like Benavidez could move up. Plant, Berlanga. I mean, Jesus Christ, I don't know what's going on with him. I have not heard nothing.
Well, it's funny you said that because I was talking to a friend, and he laid out a path that he was like, Canelo's going to take some time off, face Munguia and Berlanga, Because if you remember, and I was like, oh, that sounds like BS, right? But if you remember, Berlanga was angling for a rider shot. Well, they both were.
Yeah.
Munguia and I believe the zone had shot it down. And Berlanga was actually angling for a Ryder Parker shot, or whoever was in place at the time.
Yeah. That fight's this Saturday too. I kind of forgot about that fight. But,
and I said, well, that would make sense that Berlanga does that, because that would put himself within a year time frame to be in line for a Canelo shot, because that would revive Puerto Rico, Mexico.
Yep, that would be it. That's a good rivalry there. But he's definitely got to beef up the profile. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Or it's going to be one of those fights like, yeah, he's Puerto Rican, but he's probably going to get his ass kicked. You know, like he needs to start looking more impressive in these fights. I think he's definitely trying to add things to his game. Berlanga, that is. You know, he's not looking for the one punch knockout. I think he's trying to show people that he can box a little bit, you know. But I think he definitely needs his next opponent. He needs to look sensational. He's had a couple of dud fights recently. But speaking of Ryder and Parker, I'm glad you brought that up. I've had this theory for a few months now. I think that when Canelo comes back, that he's going to fight the winner of that. That's what I think, man. What do you guys think?
It makes the most sense.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it would make sense. Which most likely is probably going to be Zach Parker knocking out John Ryder's weak ass. But yeah, I think that makes sense. You know, why not? You know, because because then one of them would. This, if I'm not mistaken, is this for a title eliminator or a vacant belt?
Title eliminator.
Yeah. So they're going to be the mandatory for the WBO, which Canelo has.
It was supposed to be Boo Boo at first, right? Like that it was supposed to be Boo Boo, and then he pulled out twice. Then Munguia was trying to get it, and he was told no. And then Berlanga was talking about it. It's like he was like, he was like the Felix Sturm of our time. Like everybody, let me get that guy.
Man, what kind of name is Boo Boo though, man? Like this motherfucker.
He's horrible managed, being horribly managed, man. Horribly.
But you know what? And people say that, but he made good money. Like I don't feel sorry for him. He made great money for doing what he did. So let's not cry for him.
No, I mean, I agree. These guys make fantastic money, but who's gonna remember this guy 10 years from now, 20 years from now? Like it's gonna be like us hardcores that are gonna be like, hey man, you remember Demetrius Boo Boo Andrade? You know, like
yeah, I'm trying to make a correlation like who that would have been, and the only guy I could think of was a guy like Vivian Harris, but he got exposed.
Vicious Vivian, yeah, I remember him.
He was supposed to be Floyd's biggest threat. He actually fought on the undercard of Gotti Mayweather, and then he got knocked out by some string bean.
Yes, I
Carlos
remember
Massa.
Mark, I remember
something.
I remember that. Dude, you brought back some good memories with that name, because when that shit was going down, that was like in the days when, like, you guys remember maxboxing.com? Remember that website?
Yeah.
You could watch the training videos and shit, and then they were going to the fights and I remember when he fought, I think it was the Sharmba Mitchell fight in Miami, I think, with Floyd Mayweather. Floyd.
Okay,
and Vivian Harris was there, and they interviewed him, and he was talking all kinds of shit. He was like, "This motherfucker, he don't want to fight nobody. The best, they're supposed to fight the best, and I'm one of the best at 140, and he ain't trying to fight me." And then they went to Floyd Mayweather, and he was saying, they were like, "Hey, Vivian Harris said he wants to fight you," and he was in the crowd watching your fight. He was like, "Who? I don't know this guy." You know, like I just remember I was like, "Man, fuck Floyd." When he said that, I was like, he should just fight him, beat him. You know, like. But he never, like you said, Vivian Harris ended up losing, and then he was never even thought of after that. So, but I would have really wanted to see the Kosha Tszyu fight at 140 for Floyd back then.
Oh man, yeah.
I even think about it like this too. The Miguel Cotto fight that they had years later at 154 pounds was actually a really good fight, in my opinion. Imagine it at 140. Oh man. That'd have been a good fight, and that's another fight that never happened for Floyd.
I believe because Cotto had that near collapse against Ricardo Torres at 140 because he was struggling the entire time.
And DeMarcus Corley too. Yeah.
Chop Corley, yeah.
Yeah, Chop Corley had him hurt bad.
Well, he buzzed Mayweather too, so.
Yep, he did. Yep. Joe Lopez in the chat says, "Boo Boo, Yogi Bear's best friend." Bubu Andrade. Yeah. I mean, I really felt sorry for him though for a second when he was begging for a Chris Eubank fight. I was like, what? Like, like Chris Eubank? Like, I mean, no disrespect to him, but like, what the fuck's he done? Like, why would you want to fight him for? Like,
Chris Eubanks is he's overrated, and he's
very
He's about
overrated.
mid.
Very
mid.
overrated. And he tries to imitate Roy Jones Jr., which is really annoying in my opinion. Like, I can't stand when guys try to emulate another fighter that way. Like it just drives me nuts. It never works out good for them in the end because guys like Roy Jones, who fought with like a lot of instinct and all that athletic ability, like you can't teach that. That's stuff that you just have naturally. And Eubank his last fight, he was literally poking his head out there like Roy. Like, remember, Roy said he used to copy the Roosters and shit. Like he's just trying too hard, man. Like I'm not feeling that, man. What do you guys think of that?
Yeah, it's like a duck out of water, man. Like you can't really try to copy other fighters. Your style is because we were talking about guys when they lose, they switch trainers. And I said, yeah, that's like we were talking about Tio, right? Because everybody's bagging on him. He should switch trainers.
Oh, yeah.
And it's like, sometimes, like, could anybody have really changed Tito Trinidad? That was my rebuttal. Like, his style was just his style.
Right.
Versus, I'll just finish. There was another example, and then you take a guy like Gotti, he had a second career because he got with the trainer. Please remind me.
Buddy McGirt.
And it saved his life. Like, it literally rejuvenated his career. So, in some instances it works, and others it doesn't.
Yep. What do you think, historian, about emulating Roy Jones?
Yeah, I've seen him do that before, and I don't see how that works. I don't see how that can work for his style. You're a puncher, man. You're not no fucking Roy Jones. You can't do half the shit. You couldn't even do a micro fraction of what that motherfucker could do. All right.
Yeah, a prime Roy Jones. Holy shit, guys! Like
motherfucking reflexes.
Yeah. I always felt it always seems like the mediocre fighters make the best trainers. No disrespect to those trainers that we have now.
No, that's really kind of the way it is in all sports.
Most of them, yeah.
Yeah, that's like we were talking a little NBA earlier. Like, that's why you don't see guys like Jordan becoming coaches, because a lot of the shit they did, you can't teach motherfuckers. You just can't. Now, like,
I will say, Larry Bird did coach.
Yes, I was gonna bring him up too. Yeah.
Indiana Pacers, and he coached them to the NBA Finals against the Lakers. Of course, they lost, but yeah,
yeah. And he was one of those guys that he wasn't like Jordan in a sense of where his athletic ability, and stuff like that. He was, very fundamental, great with the fundamentals. So those are the things that can be taught to people, But the killer instinct of Bird, like, that's shit that you just can't teach. The competitive drive that the dude had, like. Bird always struck me as a guy that, like, he would rather fucking die than take a L. And then those are the type of guys that I respect, man. But, like, no, you're right, Frank. You don't really see a lot of the great fighters become trainers. You just don't,
Yeah, I can't think of one that is. I don't know. Do we have one that is right now?
I got one, and he's one of my all-time favorites. And he was a champion at lightweight and at welterweight, and he moved up to 154 and won a couple titles. Probably the only one you can name, Buddy McGirt.
Yeah, he's one. Georgie Benton, a guy from back in the 60s, was a great fighter then. He trained a lot of fighters in the 80s and the 90s, and he was really kind of the architect of the shoulder roll, the Philly shell defense.
I didn't mean no disrespect to Buddy. I just meant like an ATG. Like, Buddy's making news right now because he's talking about he don't watch film. You guys see that?
Yeah, I did see him. I did hear him say that.
And Shakur responded, like, what? How dare you not? But you know what? One thing, though, Floyd did say he never watched film. He's like, I don't watch, guys.
That's bullshit. But go ahead.
Oh, you believe he did?
Hey,
you know what's crazy? Let me just finish. Floyd was at a lot of Manny Pacquiao fights. I seen him, like, I'd be watching a Manny Pacquiao fight. I'd be like, Floyd's right there. He'd be rooting for Manny. I was like, see, he knew the whole time. I believe he could spot. He he knew what was up. You know, like this guy might be my in line.
Right, right. No, I think he did watch film. I think all these guys do, you know.
You gotta watch a little bit of something. Like,
Exactly. Yeah. I don't think they spent hours and hours watching film, but they had to watch something, you know. But you know, guys that are reactive type fighters like a Floyd Mayweather, yeah, they have to, you know.
You know who is training? Eric Morales. He's training Munguia. I forgot about him.
Yeah, I mean, some people believe that he's made some improvements with Munguia. Me, I don't really know. I just, again, I need to see Munguia in there with somewhat of a 50-50 type opponent, or maybe him being underdog for me to really know how good this kid is. And if there has been any improvements under Eric Morales, you know, I can't really say for sure.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say we got another Jimmy back in the chat, back in the panel. What's going on, man?
Yeah, mate. I saw your stream still going, so I thought I'd jump on. And I actually caught you guys at a very interesting time. You guys are talking about Eubank Jr. And I actually disagree with you guys. I think for most of his career, he was kind of one-dimensional. Like, he knew how to fight on the inside, he knew how to kind of brawl. But under Roy, I mean, he's kind of worked on a long-range jab, slick footwork, a left hook counter. I'm not sure if this style will work against certain fighters, but I feel like for most of his career, he trained himself. And I actually think linking up with Roy actually helped him as far as his long-range skills, because the one thing with Eubank is when he fought George Groves and when he fought Billy Joe, even though I think the Billy Joe fight was very close, his long-range skills, man, they just weren't there. But under Roy, he's using a long-range jab. He's, on his bike a lot more now. The left hook counter. I think Roy's actually adding a lot of tools to his game, which weren't there. Because he always knew how to fight on the inside, slug it out. I think he was more clinical on Avni Yildirim than Canelo was, because that's how good his engine and his inside game was. But his one weakness, which kept haunting him throughout his career, the long range skills, which I think he's developed a bit now. The jab, the footwork, the counter punching.
Interesting take. You
it's not a popular view though. Most people think.
Yeah. I feel like when you get to a certain point of where you start to do things too similar, I think that becomes a problem, you know.
Yeah.
But I'll say this, man. Like, you're from the UK, right, Jimmy? Or
yeah, man, from England. Yeah.
Okay. So after the fallout with Conor Benn, like, what's the kind of vibe going out there with the boxing fans in England after that whole fiasco, man?
To be honest, mate, I think Conor Benn in the UK right now is public enemy number one. He went from all this hype as like possibly the next golden boy of UK boxing to, everyone's really tearing him to shreds, although Eubank, surprisingly, he's got a massive public boost now. A lot of people are seeing him as like, I think he handled himself well in the media build-up. And they kind of see him as almost a victim because he was kind of fucked over with Ben on drugs, and then he had to make a catchway, and he still showed up clean, and then Ben was kind of like the dirty athlete. So I feel like Eubank came out with, a good stock. With Ben, I don't know, mate. They're saying that he might face a 2-year ban from the UK Boxing Council.
Wow.
I think publicly he's had to disappear off social media because the backlash is just so bad. Yeah, man, I think his career is, I'm not sure, man. It's really bad right now for him.
Wow. Yeah, because look, he's not a big name here, obviously, except for guys like myself and everybody else on the panel who are, we're hardcore fans. So of course we know Conor Benn, but wow, the fans have really kind of turned their back on him. But look, that's one of the things. It's like a cardinal sin in boxing to quote unquote cheat, or in any kind of way, especially using some sort of performance enhancer, or was it a banned substance that he took? I can't remember which one it was, but
he failed 2 drug tests.
Yeah, I was looking forward to Ben's progress, man, because the welterweight division, the young guys were starting to get hot. There was Stantionis, there was Virgil Ortiz, there's Boots Ennis, Conor Benn, but now Conor Benn, like, I don't know what they're gonna do with him now.
You know what the sad thing is, bro? In the UK over the last year and a half, his star power was just going through the roof. This guy went from fighting on undercards are selling out 10, 15,000 seat arenas. Like his star power was growing really fast. His highlights were getting crazy numbers on the Zone in the UK. He was one of the major guys that was pushing the subscribe. The fans were coming out. He had all this media hype, big sponsorship deals, and now that's all just gone down the toilet.
Oh, wow. Wow. Well, I mean, look, he really brought it on himself, so can't really feel sorry for him. He made his bed. He's got to sleep in it, man. But I was looking forward to those 4 young welterweights to, mix it up eventually, man. And, but we'll see what they do with Ben. Doesn't Eubank have a fight coming up soon, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah, mate, in January, I think he'll be fighting Liam Smith.
That's right.
Which is an okay UK scrap. I mean, people know both of those guys, so I think it'll do good numbers. And style-wise, I think it'll be good because both guys are kind of aggressive-natured. So I think it'll be a good fight. I'll pick Eubank to win, though. I think he probably knocks Liam Smith out. But yeah, so I guess it's a good stay busy fight.
I definitely think Eubank should win that fight for sure. What about Warrington's next fight? He's going to be fighting here in a couple of weeks against Luis Alberto Lopez. That's a good fight too, man. Is there a lot of hype for that fight over there?
To be honest, there's a little bit. I mean, he's always been a good ticket seller in his hometown, Leeds, but the shock of him getting destroyed by Lara, I mean, I think the British public is still kind of rebounding from that. But that was just supposed to be an easy tune-up.
Yes,
and then when he got completely massacred. And in the rematch, bro, they put that in a stadium, right? All the fans came out. It was a launch of the Zone on the UK sort of circuit, big stadium fight, all the media hype. And then it's like a 2-round no contest, bro. Like, I think, his career has been really bad between the destruction and then the event that flopped. I don't know what's up with him, man.
That was an awful fight. Yeah. And those headbutts, I mean, you could see a couple of those headbutts were intentional, man. Like, I was not a fan of that. And unfortunately, like you said, it ended up a no contest due to cuts. But
that's really bad though, bro, because that was like a stadium event, so it should have lived up to the hype. Right? You had like 30,000 fans, and there was a lot of hype, and then everyone was like, "Yeah, he's gonna get the redemption," and then it was just a horrible fight, and then it turned into, I think, a technical draw. And yeah, man, there was a bit of sour. I don't know, man. I think his momentum has kind of slowed down quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think he's in there with a really good opponent in Lopez. He's really surprised a lot of people in his last couple fights here in the United States. He beat a couple of guys from my area, Northern California, Andy Vance's in a tough competitive fight, and then he really beat up on Gabe Flores. That was a tough fight to watch, man. Tough fight. A lot of people felt like Flores' father should have stopped the fight. But he elected to let his son go on. And tough night for him. But he's just one of those guys that came out of the blue, almost like Mauricio Lara in a way. Came from out of nowhere. Like you said, he was supposed to be a tune-up for Warrington, and then he gets knocked out. So you can't sleep on these Mexican journeymen or these guys who come out of nowhere. But I think
especially
it's fantastic,
British fighters. Yeah. Like history has taught us anything recently. British fighters should avoid Mexican fighters, especially as tune-ups, bro. Because Anthony Joshua, Warrington, and the list goes on, bro.
We were talking a little bit before you came on about how this weekend is Parker versus Ryder, and how my theory, and the rest of these guys agree with me, but you let me know if you agree with this too, that the winner of that fight is probably going to fight Canelo next in the spring of next year.
I say so, yeah. I think on May, because I saw a couple of interviews of Eddie Hearn saying that the winner of, especially if John Ryder wins, that'd be the perfect fight to bring Canelo to the UK. I think that's, I guess the fight for the WBO interim belt, 168.
Yeah.
I think it's a really good fight, man. You got two, in my opinion, legitimate top 10 guys fighting for, I guess a belt. Ryder, he's on good form. The performance over Callum Smith. You got a win over Danny Jacobs. And you got a guy like Parker, who's, tall, strong, can switch hit, athletic, young, undefeated. I think it'd be a good matchup.
He's a switch hitter too. Yeah.
I think out of the two guys, I think Zach Parker will actually give Canelo a tougher fight. Tall guy, can move, switch hit, a lot younger, probably faster, I think. With Ryder, He's a bit of a a pressure fighter, and even though he's really good, I think it kind of play into Canelo's hands where I think it really ragdoll John Ryder.
Yeah, but I think it's a good fight for Canelo to come back off of the injury that he sustained in the Triple G fight. Yeah, I've always
It's a
kind of
long
had
way.
that theory, that he was going to fight the winner of that fight. It just makes the most sense, and he still has one more fight under the zone. So yeah, makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. But
I think what Eddie Hearn was saying, they have a 2-fight plan. So in May, it could be either the winner of Ryder Parker or Eubank in the UK, and then September they're going to do, I guess, a big Vegas show with Canelo versus Bivol too.
yeah, Bivol said he's not really interested. But you wanted to say something, historian? Go ahead, man.
Oh yeah. Hey man, I appreciate you having me on, G Funky, man. Hey, I'm about to head out.
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap up too in a minute. It's been almost 4 hours. This is way past what I normally do.
For real.
But I appreciate your time, man, hanging out with me and talking some boxing,
Take care.
man.
I salute Jimmy, salute Frank, and
Oh,
appreciate it.
salute.
Salute you.
For sure, man, for sure. Yeah, I normally like to keep my shows around 1 hour, but today I have some free time, so I figured I'd go for a little bit longer. But I appreciate you guys
I didn't
coming
get your
on.
picks.
Yeah, man.
Who you guys
Yeah.
picking for Regis Progress and Zepeda?
I made a prediction on that yesterday. And this might shock some people, but I have a feeling that Zepeda's going to catch him with something and knock him out, man. And the reason I say that is because I was showing some footage about how Regis, when he gets aggressive and he starts to open up, he gets stuck on that center line, man. And in his fight against Tyrone McKenna, I showed about 3 sequences. Now I could have shown more, and even prior fights, he's always had this issue. I mentioned it when I broke down his fight with Josh Taylor 3 years ago, that he does have a problem not moving his head in exchanges. And a guy like Zepeda, who's very sharp and has got a lot of power in that left hand, he could get hit with something big in there. Like, I think he's going to be winning rounds because he punches more in combination and he's faster than Zepeda. But that might play into Zepeda's hands. He's a counterpuncher. Like, what do you think, Frank?
Yeah, no, what I've been seeing lately is that nobody gives Zepeda a chance. Prograis is the more athletic, better boxer. But I'm like you, man. I just think he's gonna show up. He's gonna pull, have a 5th gear in there. Sometimes with these guys, they show up like, I watch so much boxing. I had forgot he fought Ramirez, and I said, yeah, it's kind of a dud there. But here's the last thing I'll say, man. I just hope he doesn't do a 0-0.
Oh yeah.
No, because
I don't think that's gonna happen. No.
You think he lets his hands go and goes for it? Because that's the way I think Zepeda has to beat Prograis, if that makes sense. Like, sometimes I look at matchups in other sports, like, you have to beat the Kansas City Chiefs, like you're up against a superior opponent and you have to find a way to win.
I want to also see how Regis deals with Zepeda's movement, because he's not like a mover, but he does use the ring. And I don't know what guy we could say prior to this fight that does that Regis Prograis has fought, and who is a counterpuncher like that. Like, Josh Taylor can counterpunch, but where he won the fight against Regis was on the inside. He was able to bully him with his size, and he was a little bit better at fighting in there. So I think that what could happen is, and especially when I heard Zepeda say this when he did the interview with Fight Hub TV, where he said, look, I'm a boxer and I always look to box because that's what I am. But he goes, but like, in certain situations, I have to fight. Like with Baranchik, the dude came out throwing bombs, so I had to throw bombs with him. I didn't have a choice.
Yeah.
So I think if he can stay on the back foot against Regis and get him to open up, I think that would play into his hands perfectly, because Regis is a dog. He don't mind fighting. And if he feels like he can get you out of there, he's going to step on the gas. But then that's where, for me, I feel like he's got that issue where his head gets stuck on center line when he's throwing these punches, and he could get countered with something that might hurt him, man. That's just a gut feeling I have,
The punch that gets you is the one you don't see.
Mm-hmm.
So that's probably Chone's best chance is
Yep.
get Prograde feeling himself.
Yeah. And even again, I'm show you. I have some clips here. I still have them. I don't know
Okay.
why I was acting like I don't have them, but I put this up on my prediction yesterday when I did it. Where is it? Okay, here we go. So here's one sequence where he's opening up with big wide power shots. And if you just look at his head, I mean, look, he's opening up with a big right hook, but look at his head, and then McKenna,
boom,
blasts him. Like that
Yeah.
happens a lot with Regis. Like this is not a one-off thing with him.
He's
been
just
saying this
one
for
of
a
those.
while.
He feels himself. I think he thinks he starts getting in a certain groove, and he feels like he can do whatever he wants, and then that's when you get caught.
Yeah. And what I like about him too is the fact that, like you said, go out there and finish. Like, I don't think he has a problem with trying to finish guys. I think he genuinely wants to knock guys out. He wants to get them out of there, even when he's winning the fight thoroughly. Here's another sequence here where watch McKenna just look again, the head of Regis Prograde just right there. Look, and they're exchanging, right? There's a big left hand from Regis, but then look, his head, here comes McKenna with a big fucking right hook. Wham! Catches him again. So it's like, I feel like he can't make that kind of mistake against Zepeda. I think Zepeda is much better with his footwork. So I think he's going to be taking that step back in that situation and throwing that left hand. And I think it's going to find a home. I really do.
And it's going to. I mean, this is a fight, right? 12 rounds, good fighters. I think it will. And that's the great thing about this fight. I don't think either one is that much superior than the other. Yeah, man, this is his big fight. This is his step up fight. This is what he's worked all his career for. Because guys like him, sometimes they don't get these opportunities. And if they do, this could be it.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a great fight, though, man. I do. I feel like when the fight, because like I said, I just have a feeling it's going to be a stoppage. I think probably Prograis is probably going to be winning more rounds, but he's going to get excited. Like you said, he doesn't mind opening up and trying to look for the knockout. And that's when you can get hit. And Zepeda is great at countering guys. I mean, look at when Baranchyk, if you just go back and watch that fight, I know we all have the memories of all the knockdowns and especially the way that it ended, right? But if you just look at how aggressive Baranchyk was and how he was able to land his left pretty nicely in between all those punches that were being thrown at him, I think he's going to find a home, man, for that left. And I really want to see if Regis can take it because, again, Josh Taylor, good fighter, but I don't think he has the kind of power like Zepeda does. I think Zepeda's got better power, in my opinion, than Josh Taylor.
Yeah, now that you're explaining, I mean, it's really going to be determined by, Prograis. I don't think he's going to come in there underestimating Zepeda. I think he is going to be careful. So, I think he's going to want Zepeda to open up. I can see Prograis forcing Zepeda to come to him and just trying to piece him up.
That's kind of what Hank Lundy did in the Hank Lundy fight, which was a bad fight, really was. But Lundy stayed very disciplined, man. And he made Zepeda really take the lead. And that's really not something he likes to do. Poroso says that Chon told Regis at the press conference, be prepared for hell. Yeah. I think he's going to go all out, man. I really do. I think he knows
Chon's going to go all out.
Yeah. I think
he's going to let empty the gas tank.
I think he knows he has to.
You don't think he'll be another JoJo?
No, man. I think he's going to fight when he had. I mean, we've seen him fight when he has to. Even in the Ramirez fight, he had to fight when he had to. So yeah, I don't think it's going to be an easy fight like a lot of people think, man. I think it's just.
Well, I don't know who said it's going to be an easy fight.
I'm seeing a lot of people like, man, this ain't going to be that competitive. Regis is a whole nother level, and
I don't. He's not on that level.
I always hear the athleticism shit, and like, I'm sorry, man, but I don't think like the more athletic argument sucks, dude. Like, that's why you think he's gonna win. He's just more athletic. Like, when did that win fights alone?
Well, you have to. Here's the thing. Like, you have to use your athleticism.
Yeah,
there's a difference.
Yeah.
And I think I was talking about Adrian Broner, right? Was he more athletic than most of the guys he fought? He's more athletic than Mikey Garcia, but
Look
a
what
lot of
happened.
times, yeah, a
Yeah.
lot of times that can get equalized.
Yeah.
Um,
Dude, at the time, I don't know if you were on YouTube at the time, but people were giving Chino Maidana 0 to no chance
Mhm.
at beating Adrian Broner in that fight. And a lot of the times it was, well, he's just more athletic, you
Uh-huh.
know, like
Yeah.
and we saw what happened there. Like that doesn't win you fights. I'm sorry. It just doesn't, you know?
It looks good.
Yeah. Another fight that I wish happened in the YouTube era because a lot of people would have looked silly with their predictions was Kostya Tszyu versus Zab Judah. Oh my
There you go.
God.
Uh-huh.
Like people would have been, oh, Judah's gonna blow him out. It's gonna be ugly. He might
Yeah.
quit.
Okay.
Like,
Yeah. Today that would have happened. Yeah. That ponytail motherfucker, he ain't got no shot.
Yeah, I made some money that night, man. Let me tell you, I bet if
Really?
my cousin.
I was
Yeah.
I was going for Zab. I mean, like you said, I just was fooled by the flash.
A lot of people were, and that's why I was like, look, man, Zoo's got fucking great timing on that right hand. That beats speed every time.
You know,
Timing.
and here's and we're talking about this like athleticism, right? And people will be like, what are you talking about? I really don't see Devin Haney as athletic as I don't think he's that athletic, if that makes sense. Like Teofimo's more athletic than him.
It's a good
I don't see
comparison,
Shakur as
yeah.
very athletic. When I think athletic, I think explosive like Zab Judah. I say that kid is
Roy Jones,
athletic.
yeah.
There you go. They're more along the lines of technical. They've mastered the technical aspects of boxing at a young age.
Yeah, Haney doesn't really fight in an athletic style. Like he doesn't really use his legs. He really does try to emulate the older version of Floyd Mayweather, you know. But I don't want to give away too much stuff because when the fight gets announced and then I'm gonna make my prediction, I'm gonna say a lot of things.
Like Loma is more athletic than Devin Haney.
I think he fights in a more athletic style for sure. Yes,
well, even just
I would agree.
outside the ring, you see him dancing, you see him juggling. The guy's an athlete. Like
no doubt about it. Yeah.
Like when you think athletes, who is the most athletic in all of sports?
Maybe track and field.
Okay.
You know?
Okay, in a physical sport then. Let's narrow it down.
Okay.
Like I think basketball players are the most athletic. But they're probably the worst fighters.
Maybe NFL. Yeah, maybe in the NFL because of the combination of speed, power, agility, you know.
But have you ever seen an NFL guy try to throw a baseball? Like the people think are the least athletic or Major League Baseball players, but I think they'd make the best fighters. And there's a reason why.
Yeah, their body, you know, the way that
hand-eye coordination.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, because like I remember when Michael Jordan made the switch from the NBA to the baseball, right? He never played major leagues, but his personal trainer was like, you know, I told Michael when he made the decision, like, dude, we are gonna have to readjust your body. Like, I built your body specifically for basketball, you know. Now I have to get you on another regiment to get your body in the shape of a major league player. So yeah, it's a totally different thing, you know,
like
from sport to sport.
When I talked with, is it trainers that said it, or I talked to people, but they said if you had to pick one athlete right now that would make the best fighter, they say you always want to go with the athlete, and it would be LeBron James. He's just a highly coordinated guy.
Oh,
like LeBron, because he could play wide. He was a tight end, so we're talking about like hand-eye coordination, you know.
Yeah, I mean, if we're just going solely off athletic ability, I would say yeah. But LeBron to me is just soft.
Okay,
you know?
you mean
like,
on that?
I don't see a fighter at all in him. You know, like, and that's a big part of it. Like, fighters have to be a fighter mentally and physically too. You know, along with the athletic. Pudosor says, I would say combat sports athletes due to the grueling pace of the fight. Yeah, it's just a different thing, man. It's a completely different thing. I remember back when I was younger and I used to train with my friends and stuff. Like one of our friends went to high school with. This dude was a tremendous athlete. Ran on the track team, was super fast. I don't think I've ever seen anybody faster than this guy with my own two eyes, other than the guys that are obviously at the top, like the Olympic athletes. But
Mhm.
I remember we were telling him, like, dude, like, yeah, you're in great shape, but if you were to get into a ring, like, you would have no legs after a couple rounds, And he was like, nah, that's bullshit, blah, blah, blah. So, like, my cousin, who was an amateur at the time, he was like, well, don't fight me. And he's like, fight him. He's pointing at me. I was like, me? Like, I don't even go to the gym like you guys, but, like, we ended up doing it, right? We ended up fighting. And, like, after about 3-4 rounds, he was like, hey, man, you guys were right. This is this is something totally different,
And that's the crazy thing about boxing, right? Is like you see these athletes. Like I watched the Le'Veon Bell fight. Did he? Oh, he fought Adrian Peterson, right? I mean, the best you're talking not just basketball, but it's like they're hitting people, so they're used to getting hit, and they're just phenomenal athletes. And after 2 rounds, they're gasping for breath. They're literally their lungs. Imagine that you play 60 minutes getting hit by 300-pound dudes, and now you're fighting a guy your equal size and talent, and you can't breathe anymore.
Fudo says, Chon said when he taught boxing, he noticed that soccer players make good boxers. Well,
that makes a lot of sense.
Tremendous cardio, the way that they just run nonstop for like 90 minutes. Like,
well,
it's
I
like
think
almost like a constant sprint. And
I think the footwork,
too, yeah.
To me in boxing, that's the most important aspect. Like, here's what I think about boxing is like, a slick American should be able to beat a Mexican. The Mexican always gets chastised for being slow-footed, but for some reason they're able to get a style that suits them and beat a lot of slick fighters.
Right.
Let
me throw this out there since we're talking about other athletes, and I've always talked with this about my friends in my personal life, but I've never put it out there to the boxing community. But when we're talking about athletic ability, and I'm talking about speed, power, jumping, the male gymnasts, man, when you watch them in the Summer Olympics, like the shit that those guys do is like out of this fucking world. Like the running and the jumping and the rings and the landing on the feet after doing like 20 fucking flips in a row. Like that's great coordination, footwork. Man, if you could teach them how to throw a proper punch with all that, like, man, it might be something,
Yeah, no, the great thing about that is balance.
Balance too, yes.
A lot of those, they're on these balance beams, they're on these rings. Balance, that's what makes a great fighter. And specifically, I was mentioning him earlier. I guess I got his nuts in my mouth. Pause. Bivol. Bivol is just perfect balance.
Yes, all the time.
He's never off balance. You never see him. Who's a fighter that's always off balance?
Raleigh Romero.
Yeah, every punch he's just like people. Did you watch that Jessica McCaskill fight?
Oh yeah.
I mean, how the hell are you boxing and you just every punch you're like on the other side of the ring?
Yeah, it wasn't the prettiest, that's for sure.
But that's balance, right? The perfect balance is understanding. If you're working with some, they say you always hear this: stay behind a jab. That's how you learn balance in boxing, in my opinion. Someone may disagree with me, but
but balance is the first thing that they teach you, at least from what I've seen here locally. Is like, make sure you have your feet in the proper position, never be squared up.
Stance. But the one thing I was taught is that moving around the ring, the one thing I always want to do is never get over my front foot.
Yeah. Yep. And you don't never want to get front foot heavy,
Well, what a guy's gonna do, they're gonna be lunge.
Yep.
So you say, hey, mother effort, like stay on the back foot, but then you can get complacent there too, because it's like, well, you're gonna lean on your power hand.
Yeah, or just learn to shift your weight. Like,
that's what I was getting
about.
To.
Yeah, we're talking about the fight this Saturday. Regis is really good at that. Let me get the clip here of where I talked about his active guard. And you can see how he's moving his guard around, shifting his weight. Now look at the hands. You'll see The hands go up, but you see him on the front foot, on the back foot, moving his
Mhm.
hands all around, looking for a reaction. And there, McKenna opens up, and he just boom counters him. Good. I mean, he's fantastic when he's right there, man. He is just absolutely phenomenal when he's right there at mid range, and he's moving his head side to side, he's shifting his weight, he's looking for you to do something. Really good fighter there, man, and not a lot of movement. He doesn't have to
Mhm.
like move around the ring to create openings and set traps.
Not
Man.
a lot of wasted movement.
Yep, and
You
that's
know,
what a
and
lot of people do. Yeah.
and when you work with athletes, one of the first things you have to do, especially in boxing, that I noticed is, okay, so you get a tremendous athlete, well, you kind of got to get him to, you got to break him, like breaking a
Mhm.
horse, because he wants to move it, and you got to say, no, bro, like you said, as you want to get your feet underneath you and conserve your energy, because that's why these guys get tired, because
Yep.
that's your
Everything's
first reaction.
Everything's a power punch. I
Uh-huh.
noticed like when I used to do some classes with some friends of mine that were teaching class a couple years back, and I'd be holding mitts for these students, and I'm
Mhm.
telling you, they're like every punch, and I'm telling them like, look, we got a whole round to work here, 3 minutes,
Uh-huh.
like take it easy, okay? Like, and they're like, okay, and then like 2-3 combinations later, they're back, yeah, and I'm like, take it easy, like
Yeah,
it's a whole round, like you're gonna wipe yourself out. But
and
it's just one of those things. It's an instinct, like you said. When a fighter learns to pace themselves in a ring, that's when they become a boxer.
definitely, and like you said, with the shot selection, I'm gonna go back to
Mhm.
B-ball again. He'll throw a 1-2-3, but it could be a 1-2-3, or it could be a 1-2-3. Like he has mastered that shot selection.
No, you're
How to
right.
vary the combos.
You're right, man. Damn, I miss going to the gym like
Get
I
back
used
there,
to.
dude. Don't tell me
Uh,
about it.
Nah, I'm gonna go back soon, man. I'm gonna be also doing like I don't know if you've been following me that long here on YouTube, but I've been starting to do some work at local shows and
Uh-huh.
stuff like that. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna be getting back into the local scene, into the local gyms. I'm trying to find real quick here before I end this. I want to show you guys. A lot of you guys probably hadn't seen this, but there was a few years back, Roy Jones did this challenge to a fan. I don't know if you remember this, but he was saying like, "Yeah, I'll fight a
Was it the
fan if they
Pros
want."
versus Joes?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't like a show like that. He just put it out there himself, and then he ended up
Oh, okay.
picking a guy who was an MMA fighter to have a boxing match within. I think it was in like Arizona where they held the bout. But the thing was, he was like, "Hey, send me a video or make a video, send it to me, and then I'll pick from there who I want to fight." So my cousin, who was an amateur, right? He was an amateur, and so he hit me up. He was like, "Hey, Roy's issuing this challenge to fight a fan. He wants him to make like a video package to kind of sell him on the fight." He's like, "So, hey, let's go to the gym, right?" And he was teaching class at the time.
Okay.
So he's like, you and me always worked really good on the mitts together. So he goes, why don't you show up to the gym? I'll get the keys. We'll go in early before the students get there, and then we'll do the video. And I'm like, hey, all right, fuck it, I'll do
Yeah.
it. I hadn't done any kind of training like that in years, leading up to this. So hold on, let me get it up for you. I got the video here now. Let me share my screen. This is him and I a few years back, and it was fun, man. I'm not gonna lie, and I want to really get back in there and start doing more work in the gym with these guys. It's been too long, man. Too long. All right, can you see the screen now? Can you see that?
Yeah, I can see
Okay,
the
okay.
screen. Uh-huh.
All right, so let me play it here.
This is
I
you
don't
or
want to.
Roy?
No, this is the video we made in
Oh,
response
okay.
to Roy.
For
So
the challenge. Okay.
that's one of our mutual friends there from high school, and there's my cousin right there. He's doing like a
And you
little.
had a nice gym. What the hell, man?
Yeah, that's Brandon Flawless Gonzalez's gym. He used
Oh,
to teach
yeah, he
class
was
there.
the North Bay guy. Yeah, he didn't he fight J-Rock?
I think he fought James DeGale. He never
Okay.
fought J-Rock though, but yeah, that was his gym, which was just outside of downtown Sacramento. And
Yeah,
you
I'm
see
from
all
the
the
Bay Area. That's how I remember his name.
yeah. So there's me and him right now on the
Okay.
mitts. And yeah, it's been a long time since we've done any kind of work like this, but
That's a
uh
nice gym. Jeez.
yeah, it was clean, man.
Beautiful.
It's still there too. And that ring was that was an 18 by 18, man. Let me tell you, that motherfucker was small. Like there's nowhere to move. You know, a couple of steps back and you're almost on the ropes, you know?
Uh-huh.
So but yeah, this was just him and I just working some mitt routines and just trying to look flashy, you know, nothing real
Oh,
serious.
okay.
Like these combinations here, like these ones here, like these are like real action type combinations, you know.
Uh-huh.
But for the most part, they're mostly like just like real fast, flashy combinations. Like right here, like this is shit you're just not gonna normally do in a fight, you know. It
True,
just
true.
looks good, you know. You know, like here's more footage of them just doing like some shadow boxing and moving around the ring. This was so much fun, man. Now that I'm watching it, it's like I gotta get back in there, you know.
You
But
gotta
I don't
just
want to
do it. I feel the
yeah,
same way.
I don't want to play the audio because he had music playing in the background, and
Oh,
they back then they already hit me with a copyright claim from one of the
yeah.
artists, so it was a portion of it's already muted, but I don't want to take a chance anymore with this shit. So, but yeah, see, like these are some like actual combinations you might see in like a fight, but like these ones here, these fast ones, like that's just all for show, you know, and like I remember when Mayweather used to release his videos of him doing like these 30 punch combinations, you know, like
Yeah.
I was always telling people like that's just for show, you know, like that's not. When do you see him fucking throw punches like that in a fight? You don't, you know, and like see these fast little combinations, like you don't really see that often, you know, in a
It's
fight.
fun. The mid work is fun, but you know, like you said, it should be used for to work on things. And that's
Yeah,
just show.
and you see how flashy it looks, you know, and it's really just a lot of 1-2s and blocking, like right here, you'll see. Let's see if we do it again here. It's been a while since I watched this. Let's see. Boom. Yeah, like these are just real fast, quick, short punches, you know. And then right here,
Uh-huh.
just kind of calling out Roy, saying like, "Yeah, I heard you want to fight a fan," and like
Yeah.
really just kind of cutting a promo like wrestling right there. So, but yeah, those are great times, man. Great times. I got to get back in there, man, for sure. Next year, I'll be doing
Well,
more
do
footage
it.
from the
Don't just
gym.
say it, G Funky. No, I'm just playing with you, man.
No, it's gonna happen, man. It's gonna happen, especially now that COVID's kind of getting out of the way and it's starting to become like a normal thing in life.
Yeah.
I'm definitely gonna get back out there into the gyms, man. I did an interview with Kane Sandoval, who's a local fighter here, who I think is really talented, man. I'm gonna keep following him, and I'll probably show up to his gym, which is not far from where I live, and get some footage and some other gyms around town, and maybe do some instructional videos like with my cousin here, like we did here at the gym, except we ain't gonna be calling out Roy, you know.
Right, right. No, that's a good
Yeah,
idea, man, because like, you know, I mean, I get the fans take, you know, bring it for full circle is the fans take, but you kind of have to have an understanding of the technical side of it. So there, I mean, there's just
hmm
so many aspects to boxing. It's so easy to say duck, all these hot keywords, duck. What's the other hot keyword? Duck.
yeah.
Um,
There's quite a few, you know. He don't want no smoke,
yeah,
yeah. There's a lot of them out there, man. But
but that's
yeah, I
where it
want to.
starts. Is right there at the gym.
Yep. Yep. And like I said, I hate to sound like an elitist, man, but like
And elitist.
when I hear some of these big channels talk, like it's just like, wow, I know you've never been in a gym. You know, I know you never talked to fighters. I know you never talked to trainers or anything like that. You know, like
Well, you
it's
know, here's the difference, man. Is that what I could tell is, man, it like they're not humble. Like most
that
fighters
too.
I've come
Yeah.
across, most people that are in boxing are really genuinely like humble,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and they don't have a problem talking about things like without saying crazy shit. You know,
Right.
there's I won't say a name like this guy's wearing t-shirts and calling out Tank Davis. I'm not gonna say his name, but he's a clown. He's literally a bozo, bro. Like that's how I feel like, bro. Like you're just disrespectful now. Like you're making guys like G Funky look bad. It's literally
Oh,
clown
that's
shit, bro.
beautiful. Yeah, that's
You
beautiful.
know?
But hey, man, I'm getting
Okay.
tired here, man. It's gonna be 9
Yeah.
p.m. I've been on here for over 4 hours. Hey, Frank, man, this has been cool, man. I appreciate you coming on.
Hey, thank
You
you.
know, you know, I got a phone line too, right? So when I
Okay.
do predictions, and then when I do my post-fight shows, I always have the phone line open. So feel free to call, man. You know, it's been fun talking with you, Jimmy, as well, and the boxing historian. Everybody that was here in the chat. I know it's a holiday for a lot of guys, so I know that they probably weren't going to be here. But round one here says, I really appreciate the show tonight. Stay safe, everyone, and have a good night. Yes, same to you, brother. And Frank,
Likewise.
if you want to say anything before I wrap it up, man, the floor is yours. Go
No,
ahead.
man, just a good topic. Like you said, good shout out to everybody else who was on tonight and in the chat. And yeah, man, good fight coming up. Let's come back and talk about it.
Absolutely, man. I'll be here for the post-fight call-in show. So, hey, Frank, enjoy the
Okay.
rest of your night, brother. Appreciate
All
you.
right, man, you too. Thank you.
All right, man. Well, guys, it's been 4.5 hours, man. I normally only go an hour, so I'm tired, man. I'm gonna go get something to eat, go hit up Jack in the Box or something. You guys, I appreciate you all for being here. Again, don't forget to hit the like button. If you're new, subscribe. I will be live after the fights. That's a guarantee. After the Regis Prograis Jones Zepeda fight, there's a possibility I could go live during the fight. I can't guarantee it though. But if I am live during the fight, make sure you stop by and hang out, and we'll watch the fight together, and then I'll take calls after. So that's it for this one, guys. Appreciate you all. G Funky Boxing. I'm out.